And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back. Good to see your smiling face over there again, back from mat leave, and the young one's doing well, so good to have you back. All right, we'll call this meeting to order. Good morning, everybody, and we'll start with item 1.1, our land acknowledgement. We'll look to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Megwich. Moving on now to item number 2, proclamations. Item number 2.1 is World Autism Day, April 2nd, 2025, and that the Council proclamation, April 2nd, 2025, is World Autism Day in the town of Wasaga Beach. Mover to seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 2.2 on the agenda is the Parkinson's Awareness Month and World Parkinson's Day of April 11, 2025. And the recommended motion is that the Council proclaim April as Parkinson's Awareness Month and April 11th as World Parkinson's Day in the town of Wasaga Beach. Questions or comments? Seeing none, move to seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting a member of council has a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time for the record. Item number 4 is the adoption of the agenda. The recommended motion that the contents of the agenda of March 27, 2025 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments on this? All right, mover or seconder, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5 is approval of the minutes. The recommended motion that the minutes of the council meeting held March 6th, 2025 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments on these minutes? All right, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries. Item number 6 is presentations, and 6.1 we have James Jeffrey and Ryan Stitt of Salter Pilon, the Architects, Inc., with respect to the Wasaga Beach K-12 Catholic High School and the theater design concepts. So are they online or are they with us here today? They are. Gentlemen, come on forward, have a seat. Make yourself at home. Welcome. Just ask when you speak just to the center silver button to turn the mic on. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for having us today. Exciting for us, as I'm sure it is for the town as well, to look at this project. You know, we've been working through the project with the town as well as the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board and other community partners at the same time. So we'll spend some time today to go through the design and give you an update of where we're at with the project as well. So very quickly, we're just a quick agenda here. We'll go through an introduction of the project. We'll run you through the site plan, the floor plans. We'll do a little bit of a run around the outside of the building and the exterior side, giving you some perspectives and an idea of the quality and the design of the building. And then we'll also look at the interior of the building as well. And absolutely at the end, we can go through any questions or comments that we have. So just in general, on the right-hand side of this slide, a quick understanding of the general stats of the building. So it's designed for 1,008 pupil placement. That's spread across the elementary school and the secondary school. The complement of major teaching spaces is 17 standard elementary classrooms. We have 4 kindergarten spaces and 20 secondary instructional spaces. And then we also have a child care facility in this building. So we're just over 125,000 square feet for the overall size of the building. And then also 2 items to note here is that we have the 300-seat community theater as part of this facility, and then also the shared sports field and track, which we'll get to both of those pieces later on. So it is a state-of-the-art facility that we're looking at here, integrating the K-12 program. It's not a typical program, but it is becoming more popular within the landscape of education in the province of Ontario. The nice thing about this facility as well is that we do have these combined amenities that are coming in as the theater piece and the shared tract as well. We've designed this building with a very significant focus on accessibility, noting the population that we have in this facility, and then also looking at that integration for the amenities, not only at the building level, but also at the site level. So some of the features to mention is we have that child care facility. We have a double gymnasium, which is dedicated for the secondary school, a single gymnasium, which is dedicated for the elementary school, and then upgraded community sports field, and that comes with artificial turf and a rubber track, and then also that shared component of the community theater that has use of the school, but also public use for the town. And then just for reference in this image here, just to give context of where the building is, the bubble in the top left corner of the image there gives you an understanding of where the existing Twin Pad Arena and Library is, and the context of where we are in proximity for this facility being built just to the east of that. And looking at this overall campus idea, which was a strong understanding early on in the project, both from the school board, but obviously from the town as well, looking at this as a campus facility and being able to expand some of the resources and overall areas that we have with the TPAL. I'll turn it over to James now to talk through the site plan.
Thank you. Yeah, so the site plan for the school piece of property, as we mentioned in one of the previous slides there, the building is located adjacent to the TPAL, the Twin Pad Arena and Library, neighboring to the left on the page here. The school located along the front of River Road West. We've tried to keep everything sort of safe and separate as far as access to the school for your bus routes, fire routes, main parking areas, kiss and ride areas, sort of all being separate from one another. Kindergarten play area at the back there on the asphalt, and then fenced in elementary school play area in the green space up at the top of the page here. Child care is located on the right of the page, sort of near the main parking areas. So as I mentioned, to the left beside the school is the Twin Pad Arena and Library. So in between the two buildings here, we're trying to create some shared public space that can be used by both the school and the community on off hours. So here we have a little landscape feature, accessible classroom and gathering space. And then further down beside where the shared theater space is, there's a little sort of spill out patio area just outside. So there is obviously, as Ryan mentioned, a great sort of synergy between the school community and the greater community, and working with the town and the school board. We've really been trying to develop this whole thing in a way that complements both groups, and we really think that it's coming together well with those synergies, and the community is going to get great use out of the theater, the school's going to get great use out of the TPAL Arena. So as a whole, I think it's really coming together. And the next slide. This is a view overall of the campus. So we're now showing the TPAL here. We're seeing, which, as I mentioned, the school will be able to use the library certainly. At the back there, sorry, to the right, the school, the theater, 300-seat community theater within the K-12 school, available for the community after hours. Sports fields, so these will be, again, available to the community after hours. It's going to be an upgraded standard from what the school would typically have due to cooperation with the town. So rubberized track and artificial turf field is what's being proposed currently. Seating platforms built into the berm on the right. Again, use for the community, use for the school. So the school will be able to use those as outdoor classrooms, or if they're having phys ed out at the field. And the school, of course, or sorry, the community will be able to use those to view any events or sports events that are happening at the field. TPAL school and school will be able to share some of the parking area here. So the proposal is considering that the sort of peak hours of use between the two facilities will be a little bit different. So there's a bit of a shared parking component to this as well. So the floor plans in the blue is sort of the school areas that are more or less self-contained away from the theater. The purple will be the 300-seat theater cafetorium space, and that's available to the community. And the green is the circulation space, including the main front entrance, lobby, washrooms, and then everything required for exiting and accessibility to the theater. And then the same at level 2. Again, the washrooms and the mezzanine seating area are located up here as well. And then accessibility, as Ryan mentioned, the building is obviously fully accessible. The school, there'll be 2 elevators in the school, 1 for each major program element. All of the, of course, building code requirements being met, site considerations as well. But as far as the theater itself, it's designed so that the stage is actually level with the viewing platform. So the seating will come out, retractable seating, to make the stage area visible, but audience participation locations for wheelchair users would be available on both the mezzanine level and on the floor. And not having a raised stage means that audience participation is quite a bit easier. Excuse me, losing my voice already. So yeah, I mean, certainly accessibility a major consideration.
All right, I'll talk to the outside of the facility here. So, as we mentioned, this really is a campus project, and the design of the school is sympathetic to the TPAL that's already been constructed. We're looking at this as a campus approach, but also giving identity to both of the facilities as well. We wouldn't want to design something that is a complete carbon copy of the TPAL, and we don't want the design of the school to be overpowering from the TPAL. So being understanding of how this all kind of comes together, there's certain cues that we've taken in the design of the facility that strengthen that community approach and campus idea of the overall project. So a few things to note. This is the front image from River Road. So we're standing kind of in the corner of the property right between the TPAL and where the school is. From this image, you can see that there's the 2 large cross features. Those signify the entrances to both schools. One thing about the school is that it's designed in a way that's security based as well. Knowing that there isn't a natural interaction between high school populations and elementary school populations, we still have designed this school so that it very much is 2 schools from the security perspective, but there is that ability for shared spaces within the student population as well. So the two large features there signify the entrances, the closest one to us being the secondary and the furthest one away in the imagery being the elementary school. So that gives prominence to the school and identifies it as we like to do with our schools, and specifically with the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic School Board as well. So we were talking from the site plan perspective about that interaction between the school and the TPAL, and this image here starts to denote that area on the west side of the school that provides that connection point to the TPAL here. So in the lower left-hand corner here, this is this accessible outdoor classroom space that is going to be used by the school, but also by the community as a gathering space in that area. And then to the upper portion of the image as well is that outdoor spill-out area from the theater. So again, used from the theater's perspective for events that are happening there and having some outdoor crush space during intermissions and various times in productions, but then also providing that outdoor area. These areas being on the secondary school side of the building promotes a little bit more outdoor use from the secondary students, which is a kind of an idea that comes from overall teaching aesthetics from the school board as well, but also links up very well having these two areas being a cross connection to the TPAL and kind of creating that shared community space as a buffer between the two facilities. So this image here, just closely up to the side of the building, one thing we would like to note as well is that in materiality of the building is we really looked at kind of being sympathetic to the TPAL design as well. Similar brick tones and visual appeal to the outside of the building, but also giving it characteristics specifically to the school and not exactly a copy of the TPAL design. The landscape portion of the building will be surrounding the whole school here, but as you can see from this image on the right-hand side, we pull all of our large trees away from the face of the building. This allows these trees to grow and provide a proper canopy that doesn't affect the building and the maintenance of it, but also gives that green space and shaded cover to the school, but also areas for students to gather. And again, being in this connection point to the TPAL, gathering spaces for the community. So flipping back to the front side of the building, so this is a kind of an example of where we're at with the materiality. So we have a fairly simple palette overall for the design of the school. Again, those two large cross features within the curtain walls are signifying our two entries into the school. You can see kind of casually on the left-hand side of the image there, there's those two niches that fit into the facade of the building. Those are very much in response to the niches that are found within the TPAL. And then a very kind of common, relaxing overall aesthetic to the building with some woodluck synthetic paneling, and then also large expanses of windows, and then brick and metal siding for the robustness of this school. We design schools, much like I'm sure the TPAL was designed, that these are legacy buildings that are supposed to be constructed for 30, 40, 50 years. So the facade and the materials we choose are greatly impacted by that longevity, for that the school looks as good as it does the day that it was open throughout the life of the school as well. And then again, just a little focus in on what these main entrances look like and signifying the ability for students to, find kind of the home doors for each side of the school. I'll turn it back over to James here to talk about the interior.
So the main entrance of the secondary school will be shared with the theater use. So this is just a view inside that main atrium. Just outside, I guess, the office area, but then looking down to the left towards the theater lobby. So looking up within that space, it's actually quite a high space, double height space with some clerestory lighting. Some of the wood ceiling elements, again, sort of referencing back to the TPAL ceilings and connections, creating that sort of aesthetic sense of a community hub between the two buildings. And this, again, just a shot of that lobby ceiling, so sort of baffled ceiling with the wood look elements. Again, relating back to that the TPAL Twin Pad Arena Library ceilings through the corridor. Another view up into the atrium space. So this will be, if you're heading up to the mezzanine, you'll go up that stair with the circulation stair with the glass guard there. And then standing at the top landing, this is sort of what you'll see looking back out to the exterior. This is the theater lobby space. So you can see we have some built-in seating nooks, bench nooks, and some benches following the ramp down. So there's two main entrance there with light locks into the theater, and then some display for the school as well. And then the view back up to the atrium. Acoustic treatments, you can see there behind the benches in the nooks and on the walls. And then going through those light locks, this is what's being proposed for the theater space. Sort of these light blues and natural wood tones. You can see the 300 seats. And as I said, the main seating platform is retractable seating. So these sort of versatile layouts are possible for various types of performance, as well as obviously the school will use this space during the day as well, when the seats are retracted. So there's a bit of additional storage, but compared to maybe what school would typically have with the shared use here, but works pretty well. And then there's acoustic paneling all along the walls with these draperies that will tract up into the mezzanine landings and the bulkheads above, and these are designed to be, I guess, versatile for different acoustical properties. So if you're doing, music or vocals, you might want different resonance in the room. So you can bring these acoustical treatments up and down as required to sort of suit those purposes. And then the lighting arrangements, still somewhat up for discussion, I think, how that gets laid out, but it will be basically separate uses for the school purposes and the theater purposes. And then here's a view down from the mezzanine back towards the stage there. And some views of the exterior at night. Obviously, the theater might be used at night a fair bit, so sort of get a sense of how that look.
Yeah, so thank you for the time this morning for us to be able to go through this. I think I'd like to also say right now is that we commend the town for the amount of effort that they've brought to the table and the leadership through this time as well as we've been going through the design. We deal with a lot of community projects and we can definitely say with this one specifically, the relationship's been fantastic, and the amount of exposure that we've had through the design process to really look at this from the town's perspective, the school board's perspective, and also just the community in general has been wonderful. And then part of that also comes in the fact that we are looking at these post-secondary partners as well, being Canada and Lakehead. So the facility has taken into consideration all stakeholders and all parties to get through this. We are a little bit biased, but we're super proud of where we're at. But I think everybody that's been involved in the project has been, worth their weight in every way that we've gone through the conversation. So thank you for your time this morning, and we're happy to answer any questions or comments that anybody has today.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan and Jeff, for your presentation. Excellent presentation, very exciting for the town of Wasaga Beach, but most importantly, very exciting for our kids. And to your comments about the working relationship, I think it's very important to note that, working with the Catholic School Board, with your firm, and of course our staff has been very amicable, very cooperative, and the results I think we're seeing from that are top-notch. And so I can tell you, when I first seen the video, or sorry, the photos and the slides of this theater in this school, in general, period. It's the amount of work that has been taken and thought to, match it, not exactly, but marry it, if you will, with the T-PAL, with a lot of the same aspects inside and out, I think is excellent. Great job. All right, members of council, we have Councillor White first. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Terrific presentation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Being a part of this and seeing this in its genesis from those meetings at AMO with the parliamentary assistant and of course through on to the Ministry of Education, seeing this evolve has been really great, from especially from my spot. A high school, an elementary school, a daycare, community theater, an upgraded track. It's hard to believe anyone who thinks that this does not meet the needs of this community. It certainly does, so thank you for that. That said, I do have a question. As you enter the existing T-PAL site from River Road west, you do come into 3 rows of parking there. And with this site plan I'm looking at here, when I compare it to what's there now, it looks like 2 of those rows are being deleted to accommodate, the site plan. So my question is, with regards to all the special events that we're having at the T-PAL moving forward, and of course with this tremendous 300-person theater, there's going to be events happening at the high school after hours too, and I'm just wondering, are you seeing pressures put on parking by deleting these 2 rows of double parking that would have been there? I don't know if that's a question so much for you guys as it is for the deputy CAO or the CAO, but...
I think we'll look to our CAO for that. Andrew?
Yeah, I don't know if we can put the site plan back up on the screen. That might be helpful. While that's coming up, I will share. So you are correct, Councillor White. There will be some changes to that entry point. You will be moving a little bit west, and there will be some parking that will be lost. Both the school and the T-PAL will operate with a shared parking situation. So for events, for hockey in the evenings, you can park on the school site, and similar during the day, if there's a crush at the school, they can use the town's parking. One of the things, if we could go to the site plan, in the top left corner of the site plan, when it gets up here, the full site plan that shows the T-PAL as well. I'll just wait till we get to that slide. There we go. You'll see the blue area, which is a stormwater retention pond. There's some grass to the left of that. That is a site that has been earmarked for a county ambulance station. We have been in discussions with the county about that, and we may look at potentially relocating that ambulance station to another location adjacent, and then actually free that up for additional parking. So the parking we're going to lose, we could more than compensate in that top left area on the site plan. So that's discussions we're having right now.
Thank you very much for that. I wouldn't want to see an Aerosmith concert and the youth choir, having, a parking battle out there.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Nothing worse than a parking war, Councillor. All right, next is Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you very much. I mean, I could go on and on. We're all excited about this, and the work, the marrying it with our T-PAL, and yet the big thing when I look at the interior, the light that you have coming inside that building, it's just magnificent. So, yeah, kudos. So, outdoor classroom, is that new?
Through your worship. It's not necessarily a new scenario. We don't get a lot of opportunities to do that, but it is brought up in conversation with a good portion of the school projects that we deal with. Some school boards don't necessarily find the use for it, but definitely with the school board we're working with here, there is a great expectation for the use of that space. We look at our buildings and always have an understanding that the inside is as important as the outside. And yes, we do have cold months and we don't get a lot of great use maybe for the weather conditions, but that really does have a great aspect to support some of the teaching programs that are happening within the school as well. And then we also just saw that as a very good relationship with the ability to offer those outdoor spaces for the community sense in those areas as well.
Yes, thank you. I love seeing all those outdoor spaces. And that each quadrant seems to have something, you have the T-PAL, you have the track up here, you have the theater, it's just broken down really beautifully inside. The other I was wondering about is the drop-off. I'm thinking of especially the elementary school. You'd have to walk me through, show me where they would drive in, and is there ample park-off and, for dropping kids off? But maybe that's not your area right now, but that's what I'm wondering about.
Yeah, through your worship, maybe we can have the site plan back up. But no, absolutely, student drop-off is one of the first conversations we ever have with a school. The idea of student safety comes into every conversation that we deal with and we look at. So in this site plan image here, the main drop-off and bus lane, we can go back one slide, that'd be great. So both entry point and exit point coming off of River Road. So the entry point to the right side is the entry point into that parking lot, creating a single bus drop-off lane that's right adjacent to the school. So again, being adjacent to the school, making sure that students aren't crossing traffic or crossing a parking lot in any way to access the school there. And the exit point being on the left-hand side or the laneway that's between the TPAL and the school itself creates that loop and no interference for buses. We're working on the strategy with the school board on their busing routes and how that's all going to work. There is a bit of an offsetting time as far as starting for the secondary school and the elementary school, which allows for some crossover and we don't have a duplication of buses being at this property. So there actually is kind of a shared component that, most of the buses are going to make two loops, bringing secondary students as one group and bringing the elementary students as a secondary group as well. So that's been very important for us. And then also looking at the parking lot that's directly on the right-hand side of this image, that provides direct access to the childcare facility as well. So parents are able to park in there to bring their kids to the childcare area safely as well without crossing any bus traffic or major circulation to the property. So it is forefront in our mind on that side. And we've also looked at that from a perspective of the use of the TPAL as well. And then we have to consider fire routes and various things in our circulation as all part of that conversation. But it will be a growing conversation, but it's heavily thought about in the process for keeping students safe around vehicles.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure it was the forethought. It's just great to explain to all of us in the public, because that'll be a big concern. Thank you. And this is mainly for the town, about the basketball court that we also have at the TPAL. And I was there one kind of spring day, and this is to do with parking and how maybe it could still be used with the high school for just off time, not regulated or anything. That I've been there on a really, really busy day for tournaments, and we have a lot packed with parking, except it's scattered. And you could maybe cordon off one court, I'm thinking, for just pickup basketball, is what I'm saying in the springtime. Our CAO is nodding his head, kind of see the picture. So, I noticed that. Kids had nothing to do, and there were cars that could have been all lumped down and just one court open. That might be something we could consider while we're doing this. So, I think that might be it for now. I don't think this is the time, or maybe it is, as we're looking to the future, the walkways, what material you will be using for the walkways, and that may be a conversation to have later, or I'm a big advocate for permeable pavements, and when I look at the photo, I see a lot of but just something to think on as we move forward on that, for the walkways in particular, and the trees that may be native when, but I'm sure you look at that. That's that. But this is fabulous. Thank you.
I'm glad you mentioned that permeable material, Councillor. I would have had to come back and say you missed something. Thank you, Councillor Ego, and now Councillor Belanger.
Yes, great presentation, very exciting. My question on parking has been answered. My only other question would be any consideration for green development elements such as solar or potentially garden roofing or anything of that nature. I know our distribution company is investigating possibly some opportunities for the TPAL, but these facilities obviously use a lot of energy, and so has anything like that been considered?
Yeah, through your worship. So we do consider those pieces as part of our design elements. As we progress further into the technical design, we'll have those conversations continued with the school board. There's ways that we look to design buildings to future-proof them, so that if there was a possibility for something like photovoltaics or solar panels to be introduced later on, that the facility could support something like that as well. It's a bit of a balance with funding as well on the project and how we look at that. School boards also, are very conscious of the fact that we're looking at the maintenance side of things and how we operate and make sure things like green roofs were accessible and able to be used. But some of those items will come up in greater conversation as we move through the technical design as well. So we can consider those for sure.
All right, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I also had questions about parking that have been answered, so thank you for that. But back to the outdoor classroom, and I love that concept. Looking at the close-up picture, there's no permanent benches or seating. It just seems like it's a patio. Is there possibility that it may be a more welcoming space?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So in that space, yes, it would just seem from the depiction of the image that it's like that. The one thing that we've considered in there is that, again, it's an accessible feature. So the area that's at grade is all our accessible space in there. What we actually do is we implement landscape walls that become the seating walls in there. So we don't have any formal wood benches or things like that in there, but the landscape, hardscaped elements become those tiered areas for students to sit on as well. So it's kind of acting as a double duty that we have this landscape feature, but also provides the functionality of people being able to sit and use the space in there as well.
Follow-up, is there an opportunity for power to be available in that space? And that may not be an architectural question.
No, there is an ability to have power within that space. If it was going to be used for functions like that, we can distribute power to those areas on the outside of the building as well.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the exciting presentation. So great to see this project come to life, as Councillor White noted. And thank you for your comments about the collaboration with all these partners. This is a really unique project in the province, where there are so many different organizations in play coming together to create this phenomenal product. So thank you for your comments to that. I think our staff have done a phenomenal job in pulling that together and pushing this through so quickly. It's amazing, the productivity and results that you were able to bring forward today so quickly. I have a few different comments. I love the blue colors. I think it's very reflective of our community, and I love the look of what you're looking at this time in collaboration with the TPAL building. I think the two are very, very complementary. I was also really impressed with how you used the footprint of the space and how you were able to separate but still integrate the high school component with the elementary, because that can be a little bit tricky to navigate inside the same building. And then how you included the childcare space, again, where thinking about parking, thinking about its own little corner for security, safety, access, all those things I think was fantastic. As a former school board trustee, the outdoor education piece is absolutely integral to student learning. It's fantastic for mental health and well-being, and also integrating education and the environment and whatnot. So the fact that you have two spaces on this footprint is fantastic. I also really liked, from a security purpose, that the one that's most prominent is on the TPAL side. So from a visibility perspective, because it's naturally going to be potentially a gathering place for young people after hours, it can help to be monitored not only by our local police, but also just regular traffic. It's not hidden or tucked around in an area that's not easily seen. So I think that was really, really smart. There is any other points here? Oh, in regards to parking, it's always an issue at schools. This is something you, as a school trustee, you always get complaints about when school starts again, and all of a sudden there's all this traffic on the street, and it's very impactful to the neighbors. This may be a question for Director Lalonde. Have we considered any lay-by parking in front of the school, where maybe we push that sidewalk, push it more closer to the building and allow an area, because it's quite a long school in the front. Maybe there's an opportunity where parents can kind of jump in, drop their youth, keep them safe because they're still on the street, not crossing the street, but be able to get back out safely into traffic. Have we considered that at all? It was just as my only question.
General Manager Lalonde.
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor Snell. Coincidentally, we continue to advance the detailed design for not only the intersection improvements at Theme Park Drive and River Road West in the shape of a roundabout, but we also are looking at and designing for a continuous left turn lane along the frontage of not only the arena but the school, and then ultimately will extend towards the adjacent development. We do have a wide right-of-way in that area that potentially could accommodate on-street parking, and we have considered that. That's more of a long-term urbanization project when we do get to that stage in investment. I have had that conversation with the CAO as well, and where would be the best location, if possible, to put some on-street parking in that. It's not part of the current scope, but certainly the conversations have been held. There is some encroachment from the school relative to their parking along the frontage, so that width is somewhat reduced. We are introducing street trees, and we're also having that multi-use concrete pathway extended along the frontage as well. So it's something that we've been mindful of, and there may certainly be an opportunity to some extent, maybe not a lot of parking stalls, but it's something that we have given consideration to.
Right, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you. Just supplemental. I think that's fantastic. And if in these designs, if we're able to look, at that crystal ball in the future so that we're putting infrastructure in accordingly, obviously, to potential growth. And just a final comment about the theater itself. What an impressive improvement for this community. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but, some of our neighboring communities, they perform their productions in a Quonset hut in the middle of a farming field agricultural area. Our theater here is supported, with risers inside of a very specific gymnasium purposed space, in a sense. So to be able to upgrade to the facility that you've proposed here is just phenomenal for this community in promoting arts and culture and entertainment and whatnot. So what a huge benefit for our community and our residents to enjoy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I'll look now to Deputy CAO Marshall and then to CAO McNeil, or vice versa. You guys fight it out.
I didn't see the CAO's hand go up, sorry. I'll jump in. Yeah, no, the theater's quite an interesting opportunity for our municipality. It's a wonderful asset, and as we have the conversations, we're thinking our way through what that looks like from a high school play or theater act to having an orchestra in there. What's it sound like if you had a comedian like Ron James in there? I do know that Lakehead and Canada are looking at speaker series that go on there. We've talked about TED Talks. We create an opportunity to host OSUM, the Small Urban Municipalities Conference here, in a facility like that. So a lot of uptake on it, and recognizing that we've got some people with some solid knowledge about theaters and how they work. We've also had the opportunity to work with, talk to Alex Pistakis. Alex is the CEO of Drayton Theatre. You know him from Kings Wharf Theatre and all those ones across. So Alex is in there and donating his time to educate us on what about this, what about that. So we have a sounding board of that theater, how it should lay out, how the acoustics could work, things that he thought about that we wouldn't have thought about, how you enter product in and out, or stage gear in and out of the theater, how the actors exit stage left. So we're having some very good opportunity to learn and understand and contribute and feedback to Ryan and team in terms of what that looks like. So it's a exciting opportunity, and I tell you that we went down and saw the Living Arts Center in Wasaga, so we understand how the seats work, how they retract, the mechanics of that. So a lot of thoughts gone into this so far and continues to go on. We're meeting with consultants next week and carry on conversations about the theater. But it's beyond just having a theater for arts and cultures. It's got all kinds of other opportunities for us to explore and utilize that space to its full advantage.
Thank you. Jerry Andrew?
Thank you. And I just wanted to build on some of Jerry's comments. If you remember, part of the macro idea here was to create a larger hub and really knit the TPAL and this facility together. That's why we pulled the building as close as we could to the TPAL, and that's why we had to lose a bit of parking. These buildings are intended to work together. Our library, we intend to have elementary kids, secondary school kids, go use our beautiful library. I envision a lot of these secondary school kids will enjoy the Tim Hortons in the lobby of the TPAL. Kids of all ages in the school will be using the arena to learn how to skate, etc. The walking track, the running track for some of their fitness activities in the winter. So they are designed to work together. From the community benefit side of this, this theater is an incredible opportunity for us. We want to get into conventions, hosting conventions. You can use some of these ice rinks. We can use the new hotel that will have convention facilities, the Remax room and complement with the theater. So you can have before theater cocktail receptions, et cetera, in the Remax room. So the partnership opportunities are tremendous. The whole southwestern corner of that school has been designed as a cultural center. So you can lock the doors on the schools, and then you've got the theater, you've got the area around the theater with washrooms, but you've also got the dance studio, the performing arts studio, et cetera, that all feed into the theater. So we, in essence, got a cultural center here by leveraging a partnership with the province and the school board. That's an incredibly important point to understand. If we went to build our own cultural center, we would be tens of millions of dollars to do this on our own. Now we're going to be contributing some dollars, cost to be determined. We'll get those in front of council shortly. But we're paying the delta between a basic building and upgrading it to a state-of-the-art theater. This theater is going to be on par with the best theaters in Simcoe County. So that's an incredibly important thing to understand, a beautiful facility that we're bringing to our community at a very cost-effective way. Thank you.
Excellent description there of that. Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, I just have a few, this school, I had a meeting just yesterday with the board trustee, and it was a very enlightening meeting. There are so many things that this board is looking at to do within this school that is going to be groundbreaking and different, but a huge advantage to our community, and I look forward to them sharing that when they're ready to do so with the public. But you know, we look at Canadore College and Lakehead University and having trades courses going to be offered to secondary school students, so is that the day they're finished secondary school, they will be ready to go and work in their trade with their ticket, licensed and ready. That is anywhere between a 1 and 4 year time span that now those individuals are going into the workforce and into trades that we all know we desperately need throughout this country, never mind just Wasaga Beach in Ontario. They're working on a hockey program because we're tied now to the TPAL, where they can have courses on hockey to help train kids, and they'll be coming to speak to us about that. So is that we're going to be promoting the sport of hockey here in Wasaga Beach, which is near and dear to our hearts. That's why it's still called the Wasaga Stars Arena. The Catholic Board right now has a PSW course that they're starting where, again, through the secondary school program, kids at different schools will be taking PSWs during their high school term as a course. So when they're finished high school, they're licensed PSWs to go out to help in nursing homes and hospitals and so on. Doing some excellent work there and a great relationship. I can't boast about it enough. And then we look to this theater and the theater arts program that this school will offer. Will be second to none in the county, if not the province. And the ability to have this theater or cultural center, as you refer, Andrew, this is a cost, again, probably in that $40 to $50 million range if we had to build it, that we have been able to negotiate and leverage with the school board and the province of Ontario for this. And so I would just say to council that when it comes to council with respect to the cost of the visual equipment and the lighting, that, there could be some numbers there that are bigger than we might like to see, but important to really consider that, that's our part of this, and that we get it right, and we do it well. So is that we have a theater that is, as Andrew said, will rival any theater in the county, if not the province, but that we make sure that that's what it is, that we have good quality equipment within that theater, not only for theater groups, maybe such as Drayton, we would hope, or Drayton, sorry, but others, and the Wasaga Beach Community Theater Group, to have this theater, to be able to really now pick up what they do and really be able to boast a theater program here. They've been here a long time, and there's been a lot of people and volunteers that have worked very hard with the Wasaga Community Theater to make that what it is today. So this is exciting for them as well. And then the field, of course, our share of the field with the rubberized track and the turf, the artificial turf. This is a track and a field that will help us attract OFSA to the Ontario Federation of Secondary Athletics, I think, if I got that right, to come and do their tournaments here. This is 700-800 people now coming to our community for 3, 4, 5 days, maybe once or twice a year, filling our restaurants, filling our hotel and our accommodations, spending evenings and time and money in our community. When we look at the cost of this track and the turf, it's important that council make sure we keep that in mind, because this is important. This is important not only for our students in our high school, and we've got our second high school coming along, where we're going to, I'm sure, have some relationships and partnerships and whatnot to make that the best it can be. This is absolutely amazing for our children. And it is so far and so long overdue. And we have fought in this community for so long to bring this for our kids. This council now is charged with the responsibility to make sure that we finish it well and we get it right. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. Great work, excellent work. We couldn't appreciate it more, and we look forward to coming back as we get closer maybe and getting an update, and most importantly, let's get these shovels in the ground and get it done. All right, I'm seeing a hand up in the audience, and I know that the public is passionate, but unfortunately there's nowhere in the agenda for the public to speak to this at this point. But what I would encourage you to do is reach out to our clerk or have a chat with our deputy clerk, and more than happy to have you come out and speak about this, because this is a great opportunity. So I seen your hand waving there, and I wanted to make sure we were able to respond to you. All right, no other questions or comments. We do have a motion here that the presentation by James Jeffrey and Ryan Stitt of Salter Pelon to the Council of their meeting of March 27, 2025, pertaining to the K-12 school and community theater design concepts be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Safe trip back. Now moving on to 6.11. This is a report that's been brought up in the agenda regarding the K-12 school and community hub, and I'm going to look to our deputy CAO and to Carla for this. So Jerry or Carla, who's going first?
I'll let Carla speak to this, Your Worship.
Excellent. Carla, welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Yes, so really excited, Your Worship and Council, about the presentation that you just saw. And we presented a staff report here that just gives you a little bit more background to complement that presentation, and really just bring you up to speed on what we've been doing, letting you know that we are working on a cost analysis right now, and we'll be returning to Council with that in the very near future.
Thank you very much, Carla. Anything to add, Jerry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so the final numbers are coming in, so we're getting some cost estimates that arrived yesterday for the theater. We're looking at some of the nuances of the field itself, and Carla, myself, Andrew, and Jocelyn will crunch some numbers and look at what that looks like, and then get back to council at our first opportunity to discuss some of the costs. But the costs are now landing, and then we just need to research them, look at them, and come up with a game plan as to how that might unfold.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Andrew, anything to add? No? All right. Questions or comments from members of council on this? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was saving all my questions I thought you were going to do the whole presentation, but here are all my questions. Okay. So the theater, I was under the impression would be like a concert theater, but it's not. Am I correct? There'll be no concerts like at the Gaiety? I thought it would be an image of the Gaiety,
So
it's
it's
not.
300 seats.
I get that.
And we do anticipate having some smaller bands and, like a quartet, that kind of thing in that space, but not a huge concert, which we've been doing at the TPAL.
Okay, so it'll be very different from the Gaiety Theater in Collingwood.
Well, I think
I was
that's-
visualing that.
I'm not sure how many seats the Gaiety has, but it's probably not a lot more than 300, I don't think.
No, but regardless, like the concerts they bring in, the tribute bands they bring in, they have a bar with the tribute band, so it'll be totally the opposite of that.
No, we could absolutely do that.
Is there
here.
going to be
Yeah.
a bar? Is there going to be a bar?
Andrew?
Yeah, if I could. So this is designed to be flexible. If we can make venues work with 300 seats, we can hold Elton Ron or tribute bands. We can do that kind of stuff here. We are in discussions with the school board about the potential for alcohol. Their board does have a policy against it, but we are looking for this venue when there are events that are being hosted by the town, if there is some flexibility. This facility has been designed to accommodate it. So there's a breakout area behind the theater, plus the outdoor space where you could hold receptions. The beauty of it is if it becomes an issue, you just walk across the street to the TPEL at the Remax room and we could host receptions there. So the buildings are flexible enough that we should be able to do what you're asking for.
Thank you. I've got a few more questions.
Councillor, I'm just going to ask, just so council has a better understanding, can we pull up the floor plan of the school? There we go. Andrew, can you just explain using that floor plan so we have a better understanding, please?
Absolutely. So the light purple is the theater itself, and then you'll see that blue room to the left of the theater. That is a breakout space. There's also a kitchen that has been designed, correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry, but I believe the kitchen is just on top of that breakout space. So there is full catering potential there with a commercial kitchen. That commercial kitchen will also tie in with a culinary school. So they've been very thoughtful about how they've laid this floor plan out. On the second floor, there is also the potential for a rooftop breakout area. So we're trying to push the school board to allow us to use that. But again, it is equipped for anything that we might want to use it for.
That's awesome. Great. I don't want to go to Collingwood. I'd rather just stay here. And I do large gatherings when we do that. But thank you. That's great. So the other question on the theater, who's going to manage the ticket sales? Will that be the sports and entertainment? Or will the school manage that, or the town?
It could be a combination of all three, depending on what's occurring at any given point. So kind of that minutia detail we haven't got into yet, but the WBSE could bring in a Ron James and perhaps sell tickets to that. We could be doing a town function through community events, and they could be selling tickets to that. Or the school board themselves could be hosting an event, and they'd be selling tickets. So I think it, although not detailed discussed, would probably be all three in play.
I would take that a step further. Wasaga Community Theatre, if they're using it, they would sell tickets.
Next question. If the parking is shared with the TPEL, if there's a large concert going on, who's going to manage the parking of the school to charge for the parking? Especially when we're charging for that concert. Will it be maintained by the TPEL to charge? People will use that if they know it's for free.
Again, relationship with the details with the agreement with the school. So it really, we haven't delved into that minutiae as of yet, but that's a good point for us to discuss with the, one of our upcoming meetings. And it hasn't been tabled yet for conversation, but we can think our way through it.
Andrew?
What I would add through you, Mr. Mayor, the TPEL and the school have an ideal relationship because the parking crushes at different times. So during the day, when kids are in the school, you would expect the school to be using more parking than they would in the evening. In the evening, when you have events going on or hockey games, whatever's going on in the TPEL, school's closed. So there will be a shared facility arrangement where we detail how all of this works, who plows the snow, who looks after charging for parking. But it really is quite that simple, so that in the evenings, we have the ability to use all of their parking. In the day, they have the ability to spill over onto us. And the crush periods for usage, it should work out quite nicely.
Thank you. Moving along. Childcare in your report. Who's going to run the childcare? The town or the school?
It's the County of Simcoe.
Okay, perfect. The truck. Love the truck. I love jogging. So, and it's going to benefit the community big time. So I have a couple questions on that. Will other students from other schools be able to book times and come use it? So if that's the case, who's going to take care of that? Secondly, is there going to be like allocated times for outside usage so that it doesn't interfere with our students or with the people? And then while I'm on that, you're not going to be charging. Are you going to charge for others to use that truck, like it was mentioned for the indoor truck? So, and the other one is it open to the public anytime or only after school hours?
Andrew?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The track area is owned by the municipality. It is a publicly owned facility. The shared use facility arrangement will allow the school to use it during school hours. Outside of school hours, it can be operated as any other town-owned facilities. So Chris Roos, Director of Recreation, will be able to program the space, deal with local soccer clubs, football clubs, if we get requests from neighboring communities. I expect there will be, if we proceed with the rubberized track and potentially the turf field, this will be the only school in this area that has those facilities. A lot of schools, Carla has shared with me that some of the students from Collingwood, CCI, they travel all the way to York University to use their rubberized track. So this is something that will not only benefit the kids in Wasaga Beach, but all the kids in our region.
But during the day, can residents go and use it? Or do we have to wait for school to be out?
During the day, it will be operated within the school year. The school will have exclusive rights to it.
Good. Okay, last question. The college partnership with Lakehead and Canadore College, I think that's great. So it's in, well, I heard the mayor say that, because it wasn't indicated in your report, that it's for students only, because it's night and weekend. Are adults able to sign up for these technical courses? Because if they can, I think that's fabulous.
So let me just clarify. I don't think I ever said it would be for students only. Well, I mean, it's a course, so if you're in the course, you're a student. So I guess it is for students only. But I don't think I said it was for nights and evenings or any other type. I didn't specify that. I think what's important to note here is that this is a relationship between Canadore, Lakehead, and the Catholic School Board. And so it will be entirely up to those universities and the Catholic school as to how those programs are operated and who can attend them. It's the town will have nothing to do with that. But Jerry and Andrew or Carla, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, so we have spoken with them at great detail about what they plan to bring to the community, and they still, it is, although they are they're working through their programming on what the courses will be. I can share that Lakehead has reached out through myself to speak with the library. They find connecting with the library in new communities that they are offering program in is a great first step to see what the community interest is. So they've reached out, our CEO isn't here today, but they have reached out to Val to begin those discussions, but certainly it is meant to be for anyone who's interested.
That's fabulous. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you. Just through your worship, just briefly, I think the design of the multicultural space is great, and it's in how modular it is. Because when you look at places like the Gaiety, for example, that's 300 seated 325 capacity. It's fixed seating for the majority of it, so it's really specific in what it can be used for, where with this space, it'll be much more like the Midland Arts and Cultural Center, where things can be pushed back, performances, dance, all kinds of things can be done, which I think is phenomenal. And to the point of the Midland Cultural Center, I can't remember when that was built. It was probably 10 years ago, I would think at least. That was an $11 million build. That was all through a foundation. So when you look at the value in today's building standards of what we're getting here, it's absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on that comment, and Councillor Timms will likely appreciate this. So this theatre has really been modeled after the Royal Bank Theatre in the Living Arts Centre in Mississauga. The beauty of that theatre is it's so flexible, so you don't actually have to have the seats out for all events. I've personally attended events where, I forget what they're called, when they tie the ribbons to the ceiling and the acrobats come down, and it's set up with, you know, shoulder height tables for cocktail receptions, et cetera. So this type of facility, I think, will prove incredibly useful for this community, and its flexibility, I think, will be its real asset, because you can do, sky's the limit of what you could do in this theater.
I'd say the roof's the limit, Andrew. All right. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor, just when you talk about the flexibility, I guess it's designed, I've never seen these reclining seats, but you could bring half the seats out or a third of the seats out, or so as far as any kind of event, what number of seating you need, you just bring out as all 300 or 150, or that's pretty cool. Thanks.
I think important to note that you know, some of this area is also used by the school as their cafeteria as well during the day. And so you could have a cafeteria set up. There'll be tables and long tables if you want to set something up in that manner. So the space could be used for many things, small weddings, it could be used for a lot of things. And the fact that the culinary course or school will be there up above, I can very easily see where, you know, you want an event catered with hors d'oeuvres or something, that, you know, that's a great opportunity then for these culinary students to be able to show their wares and you know, what they've learned and what they can do. It's just, it's phenomenal. It's exciting for sure. And the other thing I would just caution everyone to keep in mind, that this school is not going to open for at least 2 more years as they build it. And so we don't have all the answers today, but there's a reason for that. It's because we're still working through you know, all of the details. But be rest assured, by the time the doors open on that school and the theater, we'll be all fully ready to go and excited to start using that facility. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, we will move on to the recommended motion that the report titled K-12 School and Community Hub Update to the Council meeting of March 27th, 2025 be received, and that the staff be directed to return to Council with a comprehensive cost analysis, proposed updates to the community theater and the track and field facilities, as well as funding options for the projects. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 7, delegations. We do have a delegation, a couple of delegations today. 7.1 is Robert Sakoja, Habitat for Humanity, partnership with Wasaga Beach for land donation. And I understand he is with us online today. All right, so if you want to, there he is. Robert, good to see you. And the floor is yours, sir.
I'm getting over a little bit of this cold that's been shared through the community, so bear with me. I want to thank council, staff, and the public for allowing me to present on behalf of Habitat for Humanity Huronia. And I also want to thank you for allowing me to follow that amazing presentation that I just witnessed. Congratulations to Salt and Buron and to the town of Wasaga for something, a project that looks like it's going to add some real strength to the community. So that being said, I'm going to start off on our introduction. My name is Robert Sakoja, and you said it perfectly, which is amazing. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Habitat for Humanity Huronia. About a year to the date, we ended up merging with Habitat South Georgian Bay, creating one large entity to be able to service the community. And that's why a lot of people will start seeing my face more and more often, whether it be in your region or the rest of Simcoe County out that way. I'm going to start off with who we are. Well, we are the leading affordable home ownership organization in Canada. We believe in communities coming together to help families build strength, stability, and independence through home ownership. Home ownership is our forte. What we are. We're a charity that's supported by local suppliers, donors, volunteers, and we're carried by our social enterprise known as the Restore. I hope, and if you haven't, that you become patrons of the Restore. It's a fabulous place to find a great deal on building supplies or home furnishings, but it funds what we do. Now to what we do. There's a misnomer that we give away homes. That's not true. Also, I quit my job and lined up to get a home. We supply mortgages to lower income families. The families qualify through various vetting standards, and then once they are vetted, they join our program. Our program offers zero interest mortgages, zero down payment, and mortgage payments that are capped at 25% of their income. What does this do? It creates financial stability. So when people ask, what does Habitat do? I say we always create stability, and that financial stability allows for other areas of life to grow and flourish, meaning health, education, career-wise. When you take away the burden of constantly thinking of paying your bills, paying housing costs, it really can translate to success, and we have proven track record of that. The program that we have offers some real sustainability in terms of once the family progresses through our program and is ready to move on to traditional home ownership, we have right of first refusal for their home. The caveat is it's at the cost of what they mortgaged their home with us at. The good part for the family moving on is they get a lump sum payment of everything they put into that home, meaning mortgage payments or any upgrades. What this allows for them is to move into the next phase of their home ownership journey, but it gives us the ability to repurpose a unit at a cost savings that can't be measured with the kind of inflation that happens in real estate. We get that home back. We do some refurbishing to make sure that it's at new level, and then we can place another Habitat partner family into it. Why do we do it? Well, we do it because if at any point in my life I've ever seen a need more than there is today, I can't remember it. It's gotten to the point where most young families are turning away even the idea of being homeowners. Our program gives them a pathway to not give up on that dream. We are part of a housing continuum. Our success in having families come through our program takes the burden off of market rentals. Once that burden's relieved, then you get the burden lifted off of transitional housing and down the path, freeing up space so that we can actually, at the end of it, deal with the homelessness crisis that's going on. Why are we a good partner? To help solve the housing issue, I would say we have a vetted program with amazing results. Our program allows the community to be a big part of it. And then there's this illness called hepatitis that once you deal with Habitat, You can't get it out of your system. You want to always be a part of it. And that's why we call everybody that has worked, played, and contributed to Habitat as part of our family. Why am I here? Well, for us, our biggest obstacle to our program is the price of land. I am here to ask council and staff to join the generosity of many other municipalities in looking at the possibility of surplus lands being pointed in our direction, and at the very least, having developers in your community that are coming in that want to look at affordable housing options be pointed in our direction. It gives us the ability to do what we do and strengthen your community. That's really what it comes down to, is that everything we do is to strengthen community. And again, I don't know of a better viable partner to do this with. So I am ready for any questions.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your presentation and your information. We'll now look to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you very much for your presentation. You certainly have a track record, Habitat for Humanity. And what year did you begin? When was the first Habitat? And maybe you said it.
The first Habitat in Canada or ever?
No, yeah, wherever.
Well, it first started off in Georgia, I would say about 51 years ago.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know you've been around a while. So basically what I have to say is, what I believe with your organization is you give a hand up and not a handout. And
Perfectly
everyone
said,
has
yes.
to work on it, including the new clients, so, and from the
Yep.
trades and everybody. So that's why I firmly believe in your organization, Rob. And yeah, I hope we can work together. That's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did leave out that the partner families do have to put in 500 hours of volunteer time.
Yes.
And we give them various avenues to do that, but most of them choose to do it on their own builds.
Great, thank you, Councillor. I think this all started, as you say, about 50 years ago or so. President Jimmy Carter, who's now passed, bless his soul, was a huge part of that and worked at Habitat right up until, I think, just about a year before he passed, which was recently, so quite amazing. Next is Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. Every little bit helps, but, to be selected by Habitat is almost like winning the lottery. Like the need is huge. So we've been invited to a couple of builds, council, over the years, and the ones I have been invited to were single detached homes. And I guess my question is now with the new legislation, is the thought to, like a semi with an auxiliary suite and a auxiliary outbuilding, you could virtually almost build 4 residents for the cost of a single dwelling. So are we talking, if we, council chose to donate land, would we be looking at a multi-unit kind of build?
Thank you for that question. Absolutely. The single dwelling home is a thing of the past. Cost-wise, servicing the community-wise, everything we do is semis and up. So my past 5 builds have been all of that. We are completing a single-family dwelling in Stayner that we inherited in the merger, but moving forward, it is our process to always intensify the site as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now going to Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Reference to Jimmy Carter and the Rat Pack. I feel like I'm the younger end of the stick here. Great presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that council will, in the future, get an option to vote on what to do with some surplus land. I also encourage you to reach out and speak with our CAO, as 25% of the land in Wasaga Beach is owned by the province of Ontario, and they have a lot of lots and stuff I'm sure that they're wishing to get rid of too. Hopefully some of them come back to the town of Wasaga Beach, but I'm sure some of them should go to a good cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I didn't quite catch what you were saying with regards to when a house sells. Did I hear correctly that 50% of the return of the sale goes to the people that are leaving it, and the home goes back to Habitat?
No, upon them giving us notice that they're going to be moving on, we have right of first refusal. So we would take the home back, we have the opportunity to take the home back at the price that it was mortgaged. So if it was 300,000 and 10 years from now, they wanted to move on to a newer home, we have the opportunity to purchase it back at 300,000. We give them the full lump sum of all of their payments.
Thank you. And a couple of things. I wondered if you would just tell us, and I know it's probably a bigger, complicated program, but from what I understand, I think trades donate time and companies donate materials. Is there also a budget when you go into this as well, and some paid staffers to keep it all working properly?
Yes, there's a big misnomer that everything's built by volunteers. The Ontario Building Code doesn't allow for that, so we do have trades that donate their time. They will donate, and if they can't donate all of their time, they'll give us a reduced cost. Same with manufacturers. We do have a construction department that presents a budget on a build. Our budget is twofold. It gives the real market value pricing, and then there's a secondary budget that looks for the gift in kind that we do receive. The reason for the two budgets is that worst case scenario, we have to build to market pricing. We know that we can do it. But we do have trained site supers. We employ architects and engineers. So, yeah.
One last thing, Your Worship, please. So, Rob, I'm assuming that Wasaga Beach has never donated land to Habitat for Humanity before. Am I correct?
I know that we have two homes there. I'm not sure of the parameters. This is well before my time that those families have moved in there. I could look into it, but I would say for now, to be safe, no. They were probably purchased at a discounted price.
Actually, I'll just step in here. Actually, on at least two occasions in the past, my last term on council, the town of Wasaga Beach has donated the land completely for habitats. I'll look to staff if there's anything to add to that. No? All right, yeah. So we have done that in the past, yeah.
Right.
Next, Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. A couple of questions. You indicate, although they get all the money back of all their payments, you said you then refurbish the house. Obviously, how the tenant or the owner maintains the home over time would dictate how much is spent on refurbishing. Should there be a thought that some of the cost of the refurbishing is withheld from the entire amount paid back? That would be one question. But the other thing is, what happens in the case where we've helped out a family that has been vetted and is, chosen for the program, but they advance in their career and their finances improve to the situation where they should move on and make that home available for someone that is not in a situation that they can. Is there accommodation for that?
Yes. To both your questions, the latter part is we do an assessment yearly with all of our partner families where they have to provide their tax their CRA assessments, and then we excuse me, and then we gauge their new income levels based off of their income. When families succeed, and we've had where our families actually have succeeded at such a quick rate that after 3 years, they were paying more for their mortgages than they would have in market rent. And so they had built the ability to actually move on, and it made no sense for them to stay in our program. And your first question, it's built into the mortgage that other than normal wear and tear, anything that's damaged above that will be subtracted from their return.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, sorry, Madam CFO, did you have something you wanted to say or add?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just reviewing the bylaws on past properties, and I wasn't certain whether or not they were donated or purchased, and I think they were donated based on what I'm seeing. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly through you, most of my questions were asked already, especially in regards to multifamilies. We definitely want to see that. In your stats, you mentioned 13% were recent immigrants to Canada. Is that a priority of your organization, or is it a priority to serve, longer-term residents of this country first, given that the level of epidemic that we are in the housing situation right now? If you could address that, please.
Sure. Part of our vetting process is that the family has to have have either lived locally or worked locally for a minimum of 2 years. That being said, our choice of how we go through our applications is on a timestamp, first come, first serve. So if somebody put an application at 10 a.m., we would vet it. If they didn't qualify, we'd let them know that they didn't. We'd move on to the next one, which would have been at 10:01 or 10:02. So we don't vet based off of circumstances of immigration. We do vet on local homeowners, local clientele.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick supplemental, and I don't want to belabor this, but so what it sounds like then, Rob, is that the person, your definition of local, does that mean that they have to be a resident of Canada for 2 years or an immigrant in Canada for 2 years?
Within my borders, which is Simcoe County.
So they have to live in Simcoe County for 2 years, but they could literally have just arrived in our country, in our province, 2 years prior, and then qualify for your program?
If they had steady employment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Anything to add from staff? Seeing none, thank you very much, Rob. As I indicated, the town of Wasaga Beach has been very generous and has donated land in the past, and certainly worked with you with respect to our building department, planning department, so on and so forth, to make sure we can help you get through that as quickly and easily as possible, and we'll continue to do that. Good to hear that you are working on your last single-family residential home, and that you're looking to duplex, triplex, or fourplex, or whatever, because what we know is that from affordability standpoint, single-family residential is just not affordable anymore. So really, really good to hear that. An excellent program, an excellent organization, has done very good work right around the world, and I can't say enough good about it. We'll take this information. We do have a recommended motion for information, and we will be sure to reach out and have some further conversation with respect to lands and so on.
I want to thank everybody for listening to me babble, but I will give you guys all the opportunity through your office there. If any further questions need to be asked or clarifications, please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you very much, Rob. Have a great day.
You as well.
We do have a recommended motion, Council, that the delegation by Robert Sakoja to Council pertaining to the partnership with Wasaga Beach for land donation be received for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder on this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And moving on to item number 7.2, we do have another delegation by Ms. Kathy Lane. On here it says Ms. Kathy Lane. but we all know who Kathy is, and this is with respect to zoning requirements for Airbnb establishments. And there she is. Have a seat, Kathy. Just ask you turn. Choose whichever side you think is the luckiest. Right. I ask you to turn your mic on. That's the silver button in the middle, and the floor is yours.
There we go. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship and councillors. And I really wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of current tourist accommodation providers and those that are thinking of using their properties as potential income. And I think this is really timely because right now you are looking at short-term accommodations and how that's going to affect the current and future providers. And I want to ask you to review how the past bylaw has negatively affected the popularity of providing accommodations from both the host and the guest point of view. So what I'm asking you to do is to really just look at the wording of an owner being in the same house versus being on the property. And it's a very old bylaw that states that a host must occupy the same house to qualify as a bed and breakfast. And the historical content was that, like, a traveling salesman needed to stay at a place overnight, and the many big farmhouses around the country with multiple places to stay allowed these traveling salesmen to stay. And right now, not many people have a big house. And everything has changed, and the bylaw sort of stays, it remains in effect basically unrevised, as towns believe that having an owner on site would maintain a standard of care that would make sense in a neighborhood, as the owner could carefully watch over the guests. However, it no longer reflects the changing needs of everybody and everybody concerned. The situation has changed radically, and many of us no longer own massive homes where sharing a space with a stranger is neither feasible or comfortable. Those who own a home that size rarely need to look at ways to subsidize their income. Therefore, the vast majority who need a source of this type of income own smaller homes, and the number of B&B associations that have disbanded in the past years reflect that few homes can accommodate the old standards, and the traveling public is looking for new models. And guests are not used to, nor they're interested, trust me, in sharing personal space with the host, especially if the space is smaller, and they'll look for alternative accommodations. In the case of Wasaga Beach, we are very limited into what we can now offer, and especially year-round. And if suitable places are not found, the easy answer for the tourists is just to go down to Collingwood, which is a few minutes down the road. The town could open up this industry to more people if you allow hosts to stay on the property and manage a guest house. The overall quality of the accommodations would improve, and more choices would be available to the traveling public. The economic base of Wasaga Beach is tourism, and without the backbone that accommodations provide, any initiative to attract people will not have the traction it needs, and therefore the efforts will be wasted. So, for instance, the town events will not be as viable for people who do not want to travel without a place to stay, or they'll just day trip, or they'll find lodging again in nearby homes. We have a fantastic new arena. We've got lots of different events that we're hosting, and basically no place for these new events for people to stay. This means that the tourists are more likely to spend their money in other places for groceries, gas, retail, restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. And one way to keep these people interested in coming to us is to give them great options. It allows support for all of us that wish to live and work here. And if the guests stay here, they spend their money here. So we're looking at things not just that are accommodation-based, but how it affects everybody. As small business is what drives this town, we need to find ways to support cottage industries. Bill 23 states that R1 zoning will now allow higher density on lots, and states that garden suites can be built and occupied on a single lot. This reflects the reality of today's situation. This means that those of us that need to find alternate ways of supporting ourselves may be able to, if allowed, to live in a garden suite and rent out the main house whenever necessary. And this is also a much more comfortable situation for the guests and the owners. In terms of the town's main concern of being able to maintain the high standards of the effects of a B&B in an R1 zone, I think it would have zero impact, as the homeowner would be very aware of any concerns and be able to react immediately. It would be no different than if they were living in the home and from the, live in the house from both the town and the residents' perspective. The current situation is that homes can be rented for 30 days or more without a license. This has more of an impact on everybody, including the homeowner, who must now find another space to live while the house is being rented out for 30 days. And it's also problematic and very costly. The issue is then that the renter, who's only there for 30 days, has full reign of the property, as the homeowner may not be close, so the disturbances in the neighborhood might be more likely. The renter also prefers that the yard, they have that to themselves, so visits by a homeowner is discouraged. They don't want to see us. This means the yards and the gardens could go untended, creating an eyesore for the neighborhood. The renter really has no buy-in, especially for such short periods of time, so the inside of the house can be in very bad shape, as after a month or so, it's a stranger in that house, and it can be more trouble than it's worth to fix up those problems and clean the house. This means many people who would not even consider this as a source of income. Also, if hosts live on site and rent out on a daily basis, we can improve the quality of the rentals in the neighborhood. Providing that a homeowner can stay on the property, this means housing that is allowed to rent on a daily basis is more attractive and is more viable for the owner, tourist, and for the residents and for the town. Please be aware that most of the complaints from residents from Airbnbs are usually in a TA, or a tourist accommodation zone, meaning that you can rent it out on an Airbnb and not be present. And that's really not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for an R1 zone where it is a B&B and we're licensed and the owner should be on or near the property. So it's a different thing when we look at the negative impacts of an Airbnb. This means for our industry, if an owner is allowed to stay on a property, and it's huge, it would allow many of us to continue to support ourselves, continue to be able to afford and maintain our home, and keep a very close eye on the day-to-day operations. As the uncertainty of secure jobs is a very real threat right now, the town really needs to be creative and find ways that we can continue to support small business owners in today's competitive market. As the province not only allows but strongly encourages residents to be multifunctional with their lots, it is difficult to think of reasons why a municipality would not allow a bed and breakfast owner to stay in a garden suite while the main house is being rented. We really do need to update our bylaws to remain current and relevant. I implore the town to consider allowing us to this, as it opens up a revenue stream and encourages growth for a town that can only survive with a strong tourism market. As new MAT taxes are being introduced to accommodation providers, all efforts by the town to help us to be able to afford to continue in this industry would really be appreciated. Any questions or comments? Oh, a lot. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. And before I go to questions, I just want to confirm, so the recommended motion that will come forward refers to council looking at this pertaining to requirements for Airbnb, but I think Kathy's speaking of a B&B, which is, there are two very different things. So do we need an amendment there?
Yes, Your Worship, we will just amend that to read bed and breakfast establishments.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll now look to the floor for questions. We'll start at this end with Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I think it's good common sense. I can't see any negative aspect to this. Like in front of council, we've had a lot come to us. We know that for years we have 1,000 illegal Airbnbs operating where the homeowner does not have to be on site. They have to, even the legal ones, I think it's, they have to be there within 15 minutes. So what Kathy is asking for is that I'm on the property, I'm steps away from the guest. I'm in a position to handle any situation that would come up, but I'm not in the same building. Well, when we look at what's been going on for years, and granted, I know there have been some issues rising from some of these Airbnbs that are operating illegally, but I think it's good common sense. I think it's good for the industry, it's good for the town, and I would certainly support these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So what bylaw are we going by? What year was it written? I kind of assumed it might be being updated, so how old?
We'll look to Trevor, our Director of Planning and Development.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the current provisions are found in it's the zoning bylaw that we're talking about primarily here. And as we all know, we are trying to update our bylaw hopefully by the end of this year. And it was 2003.
Well, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? So I guess the question is, I mean, we can see this, so no sense going on about it, so where's the bylaw?
Thank you.
Clerk?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, as you know, staff are working on a few things right now. We have the official plan, we have the West Secondary Plan, we have the zoning bylaw, and a short-term accommodation bylaw, all in the works, along with this amazing work that we've presented on this agenda today as well. So a few things, the zoning bylaw, we agree that it is old. The language was to support bed and breakfast so that the guests could be served breakfast and everything. Does it absolutely make sense that if the owner is there, they're still able to provide that service? 100%. So staff have committed to looking at that and including that in the new zoning bylaw. And then the draft short-term accommodation bylaw that we're working on does have a requirement as well for the owners to have to attend the property within an hour of being communicated to address any concerns we have there as well. So does it make sense? 100%. And our staff committed to ensuring that this is encompassed in the new zoning bylaw? Yes.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, continue on, Councillor Egan.
Thank you. So a follow-up question, as the season's rapidly approaching here, and I guess I don't know these answers by any means at all, is there a way until the bylaws are totally completed that you look on a case-by-case question, really, is what I'm looking at, case-by-case?
Through Your Worship, the answer is no, there's no easy way of doing this. If it was easy, we probably wouldn't have that deputation here today. The way to fix the bylaw is an amendment to the bylaw. So there's two opportunities here. Those persons who wish to not wait for the zoning bylaw could always come in and do their own zoning bylaw amendment and go through the full planning process and submit their fees. We have spoken to the person who's making the deputation. I don't think that was an appealing task or ask, hence why they're making the deputation today, just to put it on the council radar and the staff radar to have it fixed as part of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, and that's kind of where we've left it.
Good. All right, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to echo what Councillor Belanger said. If you're on the premises, what difference does it make where you're staying? You're there, regardless. So I'm in full support.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much to Kathy from Board the Boat for coming in today. I think it's really important that all these pieces are synchronized somewhat, and you know, if I think about where the complaints come from, I was under the understanding that most of them come from areas that are not typical accommodators, like subdivisions. And one of the biggest issues is really these ghost accommodations where people just buy a place and they're not even there at all, right? Someone might be cleaning, maybe not, in between. And that's where I think I hear a lot of complaints from the public. You covered a lot of information, and it would have been great to have seen that ahead. And very often when people come, they don't necessarily have a PowerPoint, but they'll send us their notes in advance so that we can really digest all of the bits and pieces. So I know you'll be back
Oh,
with
yeah,
other
probably.
presentations as a executive member of Wasaga Business Tourism Association. You've got a lot of skin in the game. So I guess what I want to ask you, Kathy, is what are you saying is that you would like the zoning to permit garden suites for anybody who's operating?
No, not necessarily. Garden suites are already provincially allowed. I think Trevor can back me up on that. So that's something that is encouraged right now. So I'm not asking for the town to allow garden suites. That's a done deal. What I'm asking for is that the owner can stay in the garden suite and rent out the main house rather than being in the main house. I think the other thing that's really interesting about that sort of idea is that if we could have something that's an income stream for building a garden suite. So for instance, if we know that we're building a garden suite with the intention that we can rent out the main house, it's almost a passive income for the older generation right now. And what that means is that we've now allowed transitional homes. So for instance, if I'm on a limited income and I can build this garden suite, then when the time comes that I need a caregiver, I now have got that paid for. So I'm looking at long-term uses of this whole thing and how that impacts the whole community. For a younger couple, what that might mean, again, is they can afford to do that scenario, and then when their kids grow up and might need transitional housing, again, for them, if they're in between houses, as you know, we can't afford that, that allows them to subsidize that until such time they need it for other purposes. So really what Ford was looking at is how these residential lots can be used in other ways. And what I'm saying is if we don't review the bylaws and sort of move with the population and what the needs are, then we're really left behind. And it makes it very difficult. So I think this is more of a package than just looking at tourist accommodations and how these people can just react right now to an industry they might want to get into. I think it's looking at how we use our properties and what that effect has. So thank you very much for the question.
As a follow-up, Your Worship, and yes, you're absolutely right, but now what we've gone into is completely different than tourist accommodation as well. It's keeping people in their homes longer or as homeowners, et cetera. I would like to just say that in 2004, when I bought my property, I stayed the night before closing in the only licensed B&B in Wasaga Beach at the time. But back then, it was bed and breakfast.
Right.
It wasn't, you knew you got a bed, you had your breakfast, you're on your way. So our bylaw has not kept up with the way people are using Airbnb, B&B, and you know, a 30-day stay is quite different than the weekenders that come in and
100%.
So,
100%.
I want to thank you for bringing a different point of view to council so we could understand. I'd love to see a copy of your notes just so I make sure that all of it stayed.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah,
Thank
I'll make
you.
sure you get that.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I feel like I'm on the other end of the stick on this one. This is a zoning issue, right? So having a B&B operate is there so they can operate in an R1 zoning, correct?
That's correct.
If you wanted to have a hotel or a tourist accommodation, you had to be zoned TA, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what you're asking for then is you're asking for the owner not to be inside the premises that you're renting out necessarily, right?
Yes.
I have a problem with this because this could go sideways 9 times. And here's the one that will do it. We have a lot of lots in this town that are very large. And like you said, R1, thanks to Bill 23, you can have 3 dwellings on there and it only restricted by lot coverage. Nothing to say that if you've got a large lot that you can't build secondary units on your property that have multiple rooms in them. You could literally in an R1 area build a hotel. Or a motel, I guess is the best way to describe it, by having you live in either the main house and rent out these garden suites or vice versa. You could create in the middle of a subdivision a hotel. And I think that that's everything that the tourism accommodation zoning is trying to address. Across this town, we have 1,900 unregulated or more verbos, Airbnbs, and such, that in some cases cause tremendous amount of disruption. I live near 12th Street, and I hear every week from people who live down there that it's a party avenue. and there's nothing they can do about it. Owners are off-site, until we get this new thing that we're working on through, which is going to solve a lot of these problems by having the owners be addressed. But I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to be taking what is traditionally meant to be a B&B, which is a small operation, a mom and pop shop that's having 1 or 2 rooms to let or out, or a little roca or something like that, as they do in Italy. You're getting away from the essence of what that is. I think what you're asking for is to be able to create a tourism accommodation inside of an R1 zoning area, and I think that that's really going against what we're trying to do with restricting and licensing short-term accommodations and these types of things. So I look forward to the report when it comes to council. I know that we're going to address a lot of this with the zoning bylaw and with the short-term accommodation stuff, but I, for one, would be very strongly against having a multi-unit rental short-term tourism accommodation in an R1 zone.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell. Before you go, Trevor, did you want to respond to that?
Certainly, Your Worship, through to council. Just to clarify, even if this permission was given, that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be what Councillor is describing, which is something we absolutely would not want to do. We can, through the zoning bylaw, make sure that the bed and breakfast itself is in the main dwelling unit, not the detached accessory dwelling units. And we already have a cap on the number of bedrooms that can be used as a B&B at 3. So I think with creative or clever zoning provisions in addition to the licensing bylaw, I think we can address what Councillor White is concerned about, because obviously that's not what we want to do, and I don't think that's what the applicant wants either.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Trevor. Supplemental, Councillor White?
Thank you, yes. Yeah, I agree. I think that what Ms. Lane is saying here is not what my fear is in this, and I understand what you're doing and what your business is, and I can appreciate the ask, and it does make a lot of sense on a lot of things. However, the things that we hear about from residents, the things that we deal with on the day-to-day basis are those loopholes, those, gray areas that aren't met so well. So let this please serve as that cautionary tale to make sure that we're really strong on this sort of stuff, so that we don't punish the good and we restrict the unsavory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I'm in support of, because you are a great operator and I know what a quality product that you offer, but unfortunately not everybody is the same. And I think as our community is growing and changing so quickly, we, as a council representative, I feel a responsibility to try to protect the integrity of the fabric of our individual established neighborhoods and subdivisions. And that would be my concern, because if we make it carte blanche and unlimited, would there be, and maybe if you can clarify, please, Trevor, would there be an opportunity where 9 people or 9 properties on a street with 15 properties would be able to operate this way? Because if so, that would change the feel and vibe of that community. If you could clarify that, please, first.
Certainly, through your worship. The zoning bylaw itself, like right now, it's a general provision in the zoning bylaw. So if you're in a certain zone and you meet the criteria, it doesn't matter where geographically you are in the municipality. If you're correctly zoned and you can meet the provisions, you can come in. You have a check mark from the zoning department. You need to go get your business licensing. So theoretically, is what is the deputy mayor describing possible? Yes, it is possible. Is it likely to ever happen? No, but it's easy for me to sit here and say that would never happen. So there's 2 ways we can deal with it. We can deal with it through the zoning bylaw that gives the blanket permissions subject to council's desires. And then if council wants to, and I'm not suggesting you would, if you want to double down on the regulation of it and say certain B&Bs cannot be in certain locations within proximity, perhaps that's something that we could look at. I don't know if that's logistically possible or legal, but I think those are things that we would have to sort out before we came back to council with a recommendation on either of the 2 bylaws.
Thank you, Trevor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, and then, Kathy, thank you for that clarification, because that would be my concern, is, to Councillor White's position, mentioning, we've got some really long-established estate subdivisions and other areas that I wouldn't want to see this level of impact. I know, as we've been bantering around the idea around short-term accommodations and putting some parameters and restrictions around Airbnbs, to either A, space them out, put them in certain locations or whatnot, or demand a quality of product, I would hope that we would put the same filter and lens to this opportunity as well. I agree it's outdated and antiquated and it's not relevant to today's market for consumers, but at the same time, just opening it up free for all, I would be very concerned about that. So my recommendation would be for your staff to take that feedback as you're going through the considerations. Thank you.
See some head nodding over there, so that's great. Any other further questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, well, the only thing I would say is that we're opened up right now and we're allowing everything to happen because we're in the process of trying to get it under control. But right now...
Well, I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm just going to... I wouldn't say we're allowing anything.
No.
We're not allowing it. Is it happening? It is illegally, but we're not allowing it. That's important to point out.
I stand corrected. It's happening. But what I would say is it's on a complaint basis. So if someone sees something, complains, it's illegal, we do something about it, even though we know there's all these, I think it was 1,000 in season that are operating illegally. So I have a problem where we have a good operator that is trying to be conscientious and doing something, and we say, no, you can't do it, yet we have 1,000 illegals out there operating. That is a real problem to me. There has to be a way to address these situations, to say that, okay, maybe we can't make it happen tomorrow, but there has to be a way to grant some kind of flexibility because we're doing it anyhow, because we can't get to these 1,000 illegals right now, but we intend to,
So I'd like you to speak to the OPP for me, Councillor, and make sure that when I get stopped for speeding, that it's happening anyway, so they let me go. Will you look after that for me? All right, I'm going to go to our CAO, Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted council to understand that we can't confuse Airbnb with B&B. There's a lot of illegal Airbnbs happening throughout our community that we are looking to correct. Take the air away, B&Bs are permitted in certain areas of our community today. They're not necessarily illegal. If they meet our criterias, they're legal. I think what Kathy is talking about, there's a definitional issue that requires the owner of an Airbnb to live in the main house. All she's looking is a definitional change to allow the owner to live in a secondary unit, which are permitted by the province. That's all we're talking about. So we can't get confused with the illegal Airbnbs. This is just a simple definitional change that Kathy's looking for.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to give Kathy a chance to speak here.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, everybody, for your support. I really appreciate it, and I do understand that there is a lot of disruption in the neighborhoods. One thing I'd like to say is that for Airbnb or bed and breakfast operators, it's very punitive for us to do anything that looks like it's disruptive to the neighborhood. And you can take a look at your new bylaws that you sent out to us. It includes shutting us down for 2 weeks if there's anything. So, I mean, that's a huge incentive for us to be very cognitive of what's happening in the neighborhood and address it right away. But one of my issues with that is how you're looking at us as providers versus what's happening in the neighborhood. I live in a little area called Brock's Beach, and if you're not familiar with this, it is traditionally a very high density of cottages on one lot. Right now, there's 5 cottages on certain lots that are illegally renting it out. 2 doors beside me, I've got 2 homes on one lot that's owned by 4 different families who bring their families and their dogs and everything else. And that's not addressed in what you're telling me. You're looking at me and saying I'm the problem. I don't think I am, because I try very, very hard, and I know all of us who are trying to make a living with this are very cognizant of how we can protect that. And yet a homeowner that's 2 doors down does things far worse than me, and nobody's addressing that as a big problem in a community. So I do appreciate that, and I do appreciate Trevor, you saying, and Andrew saying exactly what it is that I'm asking for, which is a very slight variation in the wording of something that's already legal. So thank you, Richard, for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Ego, and then I'll make some comments and we'll move on.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, so I just want to clarify, because Trevor had said it before, and that we all understand a B&B, a bed and breakfast, can only ever go to 3 bedrooms. They have a cap on it. So that keeps things under control, is the way I look at it. So 3 bedrooms on 1 B&B, right?
Great, thank you, Councillor. Kathy, thank you very much for your presentation. Well done. I think you can see there's support here for what it is you're looking for. We're going to have staff come back to us and explain how we can go about making that type of thing happen. We have a big problem in our community with Airbnbs, there's no doubt about it. And Andrew, you hit the nail on the head. Let's not confuse Airbnbs with B&Bs. And that's why I spoke when we first started to the motion, because that itself was, inaccurate. I have one question. So it's a B&B, it's a bed and breakfast.
Oh, don't ask that. It's a B&B, could be a bed and a beer.
Well, I ask it because, I think it's going to be very important as we, to your point, we need to update and bring things to a standard that is reasonable to today from 2003. This is something that we should probably be thinking about while we're doing that. And so, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you currently live in the house, and I think the whole purpose of a bed and breakfast in the beginning when this was established probably 100 years ago, was that you stayed the night, I've stayed in them, and you get a great breakfast the next morning, and you have your shower, and off you go by 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. I don't know if that's the case in your business, but if we're looking at the true definition of a bed and breakfast, it should, and the question will come up, well, how do you provide breakfast if you're not in the residence? And so the question to you is, how would you answer that? If you're not physically in that residence where the kitchen is, how would you deal with providing breakfast?
Okay, so even right now, what I do is I provide homemade baked goods. I don't bake them, if anybody's asking, but it is a way of supporting other people in the hood, and that's one thing that I'm always trying to do, is how can I cross-support other businesses. So I've got a fantastic baker who does wonderful breakfast, and I include that. I don't advertise it too much, but that is there. And you know what, it does support another business, which is wonderful. So I physically don't have to cook it, but it's nice that they've got it in the kitchen. And they also have other little goodies too from other areas, charcuterie boards and different things. So I am looking at that. In point of all of those things too, there are other goods that are in there. People that make pillows, people who've made mattresses. So it is a really good POP, point of purchase, for other people to experience all the wonderful things that we've got in the neighborhood, including food. Thank you.
Excellent. And again, breakfast can be many things to many different people. So you've answered that question, but I think it's something that staff really need to consider and think about as well as we update this. So thank you again for your presentation. We can't promise you to have you an answer in 10 minutes from now, but be rest assured we're working on it along with many other of our bylaws for many other different things within our community. This council clearly understands that many of our bylaws are antiquated and way behind, and including our official plan, which staff have been working diligently on to get it redone and completed and up to date. So thank you very much, and rest assured we're on it.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
All right, so we do have a recommended motion that the delegation by Kathy Lane to council pertaining to zoning requirements for B&B establishments be received for information as amended. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell? All right, Councillor White?
With the new stuff that we're looking at, it would be interesting to, you don't need to answer this obviously now, but like interesting to consider if an application comes forward to have a B&B and a short-term, like an Airbnb operating on the same property. Now, that might be an interesting thing to also restrict.
You just really want to complicate things, eh? All right. Any other questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, number 8 on the agenda is the Build Wasaga shareholder meeting. This is a shareholder meeting regarding Build Wasaga, Inc. The town of Wasaga Beach is the sole shareholder of Build Wasaga, Inc. As such, council represents the shareholder. We'll now move out of the regular council meeting into a shareholder meeting to approve the shareholder direction and consider the shareholders' resolutions. Now moving into the shareholder meeting, 8.1, Build Wasaga, Inc. And the recommended motion, I'll read the motion first, and then I'll look to Councillor DeLeo, who has pulled this. So the recommended motion is that the report titled Build Wasaga, Inc. Shareholder Declaration to the Council Meeting of March 27, 2025 be received, and that Council approve the Build Wasaga, Inc. Shareholder Declaration attached as Appendix A, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the shareholder declaration. This item was pulled by Councillor DeLeo, so I'll look to her for questions or comments. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor White, you seem me confused. Did you want to ask something? Like you're asking? Okay. I'm good. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled it because this agreement, there's several things that are not making sense to me. And when something doesn't make sense, it just doesn't sit right with me. So I'm not going to say I'm shaking my head on it. I won't say that this time. So section, who wrote this? I guess Andrew did. Did you write this, Nicole? Okay. So there's a bit here. So
just to be clear, this was written, I believe, by Nicole.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Nicole. Okay. So just to clarify, section 6, decisions of the town shareholder representative. Shareholder representatives. The town hereby designates the chief administrative officer of the town. So that would be Andrew to be our representative, correct? Good. Okay. Then we're going to go to 6.3. The corporation approvals. Approvals or decisions of the corporation required pursuant to the shareholders' declaration shall require a resolution of the board and were expressly required pursuant to the shareholder declaration, the approval of the town. So the town was indicated earlier, the approval would be also the CAO. Correct? That's what it said in there. I've read it like several times. So that's what's confusing me is the shareholder representative is the CAO, but he needs the town's approval, which is also the CAO. So
no, so let's be clear. The town approval does not come from the CAO. Town approval comes from council. No matter what we do in the town of Wasaga Beach, ultimately, council needs to approve it. If we don't approve it, it doesn't happen. I'm going to look to Nicole, the clerk, to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So you're correct in 6.1 that it states that the Chief Administrative Officer is the representative for the town. But if you go further, it says, as the town's representative for the purpose of communicating to the board any consent or approval required by this shareholder declaration. And then you reference 6.3. So what that's stating is that all items under section 8, which are matters requiring town approval, because the town is the sole shareholder. So all those items that are listed there, A through, KK, require the shareholder to approve. So they go to the board. So there's a request to the board. If it falls within one of these parameters in the shareholder declaration, then the CAO comes back to the shareholder as council in a meeting just like this that is advertised to the public. and the shareholder decides whether or not the board can proceed with that item.
Okay, moving along. I don't see anywhere in the directors and officers liability insurance. Is there directors and officers liability insurance in here?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, to council, yes, just as much as there was with WBSE, and Geosans has that as well, the same would exist for Build Wasaga, Inc.
Okay, thank you. Next, M, letter M, as in Mary. It says borrow more than $1 million, $1 million. That would be the CAO who has that. No? That's why I'm asking these, so we can clarify.
No, very good, great questions, excellent, and I'm happy to clarify. So what that means is if the board has a decision before them that requires the board to borrow more than $1 million, that question or ask has to come back to the shareholder, to this table, for that decision, for the board to be able to enter into that type of loan agreement.
Okay, good, good, we're good with that one. So I don't have to ask you. Okay, that's done. Next, X, letter X. So enter into any material contract, agreement, or commitment out of the usual everyday normal practices of the business of the corporation. That one, and also BB, is enter into any material contract, agreement, or commitment out of the usual everyday normal practices of the business of the corporation. So what is the definition of normal practices? And I didn't see it in the definition interpretation section. And who gets to determine what is normal? What's normal practice? Who gets to determine that?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So a business plan was brought before council for Build Wasaga. That business plan explained what this corporation's responsibilities are going to be as a municipal service corp. So if there was an item that was brought to the board that extended what was contained within the business plan, then that would have to come back to the shareholder for a decision to allow the board to proceed. There's also within those two clauses, if there was anything that was outside the boundaries of the town of Wasaga Beach, it would also have to come within this, before the shareholder, which is council, for a decision back to the board.
So it's all laid out in the business plan. All of these questions I'm asking right now, I can find it in the business plan.
Well, no, let's be clear. No one
Yeah,
has
let's be
said
clear.
that you can find all your
Okay,
answers in the
that's why I'm
business
asking.
plan.
Let's be clear.
We're dealing with this particular question, and the clerk has said that within the, your question was, and I'm paraphrasing, what are the parameters that we operate? What is a normal business? And the clerk has indicated that the business plan spells that out for you. So if we're operating within the parameters of the business plan, that would be our normal operations. Anyone else from staff want to comment here? No? Okay. Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you. I guess it would be the same for GG and II. Enter into any strategic alliance, partnership, joint venture, or other transaction outside the ordinary course of business. And that's, again, like you stated, would be part of the business plan. And it's also for non-core. Oh, hold on. What's a non-core functions and non-material? Again, because I don't see any of that listed in the definition interpretation section.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So this corporation is going to assist us with our real estate holdings to ensure that we can maximize our, our investment and the return on the estate holdings that we do have. So if there was an item outside of that, out of a real estate or a economic development opportunity, I believe that's what would have to come back before the shareholder, but I'll look to the CEO.
Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, for example, a municipality in the normal course of business is not permitted to enter into a joint venture arrangement. We formed the MSC very specifically because there's a joint venture partnership contemplated between the municipality and Sunray. So we needed this mechanism to be able to enter into that partnership. In the future, I don't know what the future holds, I don't have a crystal ball, there may be another piece of land that the municipality looks at We have a normal disposition of property policy that guides how we deal with surplus land. The municipality council may say, perhaps this one we want to look at differently. Maybe we want to pursue something like a partnership or a JV on this piece of land. That could be considered by council, and that piece of land could be put into the Municipal Services Corporation. So again, this is outside the normal day-to-day business operations of a municipality. This is the mechanism that the province allows us to entertain those things that are out of the normal. Hope that answers that.
It does. It's just, you know, I pulled this.
Sorry, I'm just going to, before you carry on, I'm going to look to our CFO, who's looking to also elaborate on that answer for you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think part of what is needed to consider here is the Articles of Incorporation. That's where it's defined what sort of is the expectation of the business norm of what this MSC should be able to do. So that Articles of Incorporation, also there's a clause in there that says that cannot be changed without this council making a decision to change it. So as long as you're operating within your Articles of your Incorporation, following the business plan that you have presented to your board, which is in line with what is delegated by the shareholder, then you're operating within normal businesses and core functions that would be expected.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CFO. So I was just going to interject the same thing with respect to the Articles of Incorporation and some, try to get some clarity here. So a municipality is not allowed to make a profit.
Right.
And so the province, through the Municipal Act, has created tools such as this type of board, so as that municipalities can enter into projects in a joint venture and other ways and generate revenue, if you will, outside of tax dollars. Because the province recognizes that municipalities often own great deals of land and have opportunities that will come to them. With respect to the Ontario Corporations Act or Articles of Incorporation, no matter whether you're a municipality or any other entity who has a corporation, you operate within the Articles of Incorporation that are registered with the province of Ontario. To operate outside of that, you now have an issue that you will need to deal with. In which case, all corporations have to have boards and shareholders, or not shareholders, but boards, who make decisions and grant the ability to operate outside or change the realm of which the corporation operates under. This is absolutely no different in any way, shape, or form, except the board that is charged with that is this council.
Okay. Well, one of the main reasons why I pulled it is because when you're reading this, I mean, it allows for much flexibility in interpretation. As you're reading, it's like, well, what's non-material? What's this? What's that? Like, it's not specific.
Well, I think in order, if what you're looking for, Councillor, is for a list of what would be material that we can or can't do, I mean, that in order to do that, to allow a corporation, any corporation, to fulfill its business requirements, you better be prepared to sit down and read for months and months and months, because those documents would never end. That's the way the Corporations Act is set up. So this isn't any different than any corporation in the province of Ontario. And what I would also urge any member of council to do when you have these types of questions, do not hesitate to reach out to staff, come in, sit down, and get your answers, because these are good questions, don't take me wrong. But if we're not understanding something, that's why we have the experts, and we call them staff members and team members, because they're the experts in these fields. So go ahead, Councillor.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, I believe Councillor White was next.
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you very much. I did want to make it clear as to why I'm supporting this so enthusiastically. You know, Build Wasaga, Inc. is more than just a corporation to benefit the taxpayers of Wasaga Beach with our beachfront lands. And it's an extension of the responsibility that the town has to the landowners and business owners at the beachfront. In 2014, when the town bought what we call the juggernaut of properties at the beachfront, they also took ownership of the revitalization of the tourism industry in Wasaga Beach. Respectfully, There aren't any members of council that have had their livelihood depend on the success of the beachfront other than me. In my first career, I did business with the beachfront. And like all other business operators there, I cursed the sky when it rained, and I praised when she shone her sun over top of us. You know, back then, weather was the huge driving factor for success. But that is not the case today. Since the fire of 2007, everyone has struggled for success and been under the boot of indecision from both the previous owners of the beachfront and from the town. Weather seems to be the least of our concerns these days. While I applaud previous, very conservative, measures to reinvigorate the beachfront with the market and the alfresco restaurant, but the lack of continued investment killed that along with many businesses and the hope. The people on social media who are against this plan do not care about the families that depend on the tourism at the main beach. They do not understand the onus that the town has to make the beachfront whole again. There is some risk here, but thanks to the CAO, that risk is carried by Sunray and Stonebridge. The taxpayers are no longer taking that risk. Parceling off the land and putting it back into the private sector for development is the best course of action for our beachfront, to have it literally rise from the ashes and be reborn. The town's joint venture is the final piece that makes the taxpayer whole again, to see profit from the brave decision to own the beachfront. Your Worship, I was saddened today to see a post on social media claiming that this MSC allows somebody to have the power to spend $1 million unvetted by council. And that's a flat-out lie, as proven today by Councillor DeLeo's intelligent question. The board members of Build Wasaga Inc. are made up 100% of this town council and reports back to this town, which is led by this town council. So I'm proud to be part of a council that has the courage to stand in face of all of this and still stand up and do what's right for our municipality. Thank you very much.
Well said, Councillor. Thank you very much. Now going to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And since the door has been opened up to questions, I just had one little quick question about 5.3B, where it says that notwithstanding Section 5.3, the town may, in its sole discretion, remove such municipal board member prior to the end of the municipal term of council and appoint a replacement director. I wondered what kind of scenario would that be?
Who wants to take that, the CAO or the clerk? Mr. CAO?
Yeah, again, I don't want to speculate what could happen, but it could be a code of conduct violation that would happen in the future at some point where the board may determine that an individual, it might not be appropriate to have them sitting at the table. Could be a conflict of interest. Again, I don't want to speculate. That just provides a mechanism should something develop out of the normal.
So that's an extra step beyond if someone leaves their role as councillor during the term, that they could be removed for, yes, I can see conflict of interest there. And I just want to state that I actually am so supportive of this initiative, because I've always said, and you guys have heard me before around the TPAL and other things, we have to run things like a business. But we can't always do that as a municipality because we can't make a profit. And I think that the programming that we've been doing by creating these corporations will allow us to generate that money to help unburden the taxpayer. So thank you to staff for helping us in this direction.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. And I just want to ensure that council is aware that GeoSands operates much like this. During this term of council, I believe we brought the GeoSand shareholder declaration before council as a shareholder a couple times. So the same provisions are there to ensure that the shareholder is permitting items that may be seen as bigger decisions of that corporation. So this is not anything different. We didn't reinvent the wheel here. This is a very common document for this corporation.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I just want to point out that in this term of council, even where staff had within their parameters to make a decision without bringing it forward to council, if there was any thought that clarification was needed, or that maybe it was close to the point of where council may have to be involved, I can think of 3 or 4 occasions when our CAO has brought forward something that he's indicated that out of courtesy for council or out of clarification, that he brought it before council as a double check to him already having the authority to do it. So I think we've established, a great track record and a great process in making some very important and in some cases difficult decisions. And I'm quite excited about this new service corporation. I think it gives us a lot of opportunity even beyond the projects that we're working on right now. Thank you.
Mr. CAO?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Belanger, for that. And I also wanted to pick up on one of the comments that Councillor White made. To be very clear, I haven't seen what's floating around on social media. I do not have the authority to go spend $1 million willy-nilly. I just do not have that. There is delegated authority that council provides to myself and staff, and there are thresholds assigned with it. It is nowhere near $1 million. The only way $1 million could ever be approved by me if it was a budgeted item that council approved and we were tendering something out and it was in line with the budget that council had approved. So I do not have the authority to do that as a member of the municipality, and I will not have the authority to do that as a member or a support to the MSC. I don't know if, Jocelyn, did I get that correct?
Do you want to add anything to that, Madam CFO, just so there's clarity for the public to clear up some of the misinformation that's been put out there?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we are required to have the budget amount approved before we as staff can spend. And if it's not in the budget, then we are required to come forward to council. And with regards to debt, we come forward to council as well for any debt that is going to be incurred. So it's always following what's approved in the budget by council. And then outside of that, we require additional approval from council.
And Madam CFO, is that any different than any other municipality?
I don't believe that's any different from other municipalities. It's always the budget document that guides your authority to spend. So if you don't have the authority to spend through that document as required by the Municipal Act, then you are not able to go out and spend. So you may have the ability that once you have the authority to spend and a budget, to execute something up to $1 million, but you can't do that without, excuse me, having that authority to spend first.
And a great example of that would be Kevin. Kevin spends over $1 million all the time. He's probably our biggest spender within the organization on roads and infrastructure. But again, it's only because it's been budgeted and already approved by council. So I want to be clear. And not that I meant to center you out, Kevin, but you've got broad shoulders. Mr. Deputy CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. When Councillor Timms was speaking, that she's right. You need to create ways to create revenue beyond taxation, and so the province of Ontario has recognized that. So everything within MSC has legislation around it. The province of Ontario created the opportunity to create MSCs, recognizing the need for municipalities to have some flexibility to find ways and means to generate revenue beyond. So this is all legislated. It's all controlled. There's acts. There's references, points. So to your point, Councillor Timms, it's not just at this table where we recognize the name. The province has recognized that and created legislation to allow us to do what is under discussion today.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, most of what I was thinking has been said already. I just wanted to really thank staff. This is a massive undertaking to get us to this place, and it allows us to pivot and play in a really creative way going forward with the taxpayers' best interest in mind. So I just really want to thank you for pushing this through and getting this large chunk of work done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. And so, what I'll end is with commending staff again for putting this together, all the documentation, all the paperwork, all the work that's gone into creating this corporation so as that this municipality can generate revenue outside of tax dollars. I've been saying that from the very first time I thought about running for a political position in this community, that we need to find ways to generate revenue outside of tax dollars to unburden our taxpayers. And the great news is that by finding this way to generate millions of dollars in revenue outside of tax dollars, we've also then are able to create the rebuilding of our community in our downtown and in our beachfront that is going to generate now tax dollars. DCs, first of all, tens of millions of dollars in DCs, but tax dollars in perpetuity that this municipality has not been collecting now for years and years and years. And a lot of this will be commercial tax dollars, which again is a way to unburden the residential taxpayers of this community. I don't understand what people don't see in that and what's good about that, but I'm very confident in the direction we're going, very proud of this council, very proud of the staff in the direction we're going, and I'm excited that in the next 6 months, year and a half, there is going to be a lot of concrete coming out of the ground and a lot of new life being breathed back into this community. And listen, I am very sad when I drive down the beach and I see some of those buildings that as a young child I spent probably more hours than I should have. And I can see there's people in this audience today that spent more time in their life than they probably should have down in this area as well. So I understand fully the sadness behind and the melancholy behind the loss of these historical buildings to our community. But I also understand, and I'm thankful and grateful for the opportunity that we have with virtually a clean slate, which just about any other municipality in this country, if not the world, would die for. To create something that is going to be absolutely spectacular. Is everyone going to like it? I think everyone is going to like it in some ways, but not 100%. But as I say over and over, two things we hate: change and the way things are. And what we know is that if we don't change in advance, we die. And Wasaga Beach, I've said it before, has been dying a slow death for far too long. And I am, for one, ready. If I, as Councillor White has said, if I had 5 hands or 10 hands, I'd be waving them. But more than happy to stand on the rooftops and scream from there how great I think our community is going to be. So many great things: 2 new high schools, a theater, a downtown, the rebuild of our beach, top-notch hotels. I cannot wait for us to be able to announce the brand of the hotel and the associate buildings with that. This is all very positive. So with that said, I will read the recommended motion, and that the report titled Build Wasaga Shareholder Declaration to the Council meeting of March 27, 2025 be received, and that Council approve the Build Wasaga Inc. Shareholder Declaration attached as Appendix A, and that the Mayor and Clerk be authorized to execute the shareholder declaration. Any further questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Opposed? No, not on this. No. So I'll call the question again. All in favor? Sorry, Madam Clerk?
Procedurally, if there's a council member that would like to request a recorded vote, that is permitted to be put on the table.
Yeah, but it's not an automatic recorded vote here. So I'll call the question one more time. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item 8.2, the Build Wasaga Shareholder Resolution. Recommended motion that the Council, as sole shareholder of Build Wasaga Inc., adopt a shareholders resolution as attached. Questions or comments on this? Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo and seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We're now going to, at the point where we'll move back into our regular council meeting, but it is 12:35, so we're going to take a lunch break now. And let's say we'll be back at 1:15. All right, we'll adjourn until 1:15 for lunch. Thank you.
alive, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're now moving on in the council agenda to item number 9, which is government relations, and there are no updates today. Item number 10 is staff reports, and the following reports have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Items 10.2, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, 10.11, and 10.12. I will note that Councillor Timms would like to make a comment pertaining to item 10.1, the Fire Department Monthly Report, and the Treasurer has comments regarding 10.13, Council and Committee Remuneration. Are there any other comments for Council or staff on the consent reports? Councillor White?
Your Worship, if I'm the only one to have pulled 10.2, I asked for a comment. So if I'm the only one, then we can switch that back.
I believe this was pulled by 2 council members, so. Yes, so we'll proceed with having that item pulled.
Okay. Thanks for creating all that work, Councillor White. All right, any other comments from council or staff on the consent reports? Seeing none, the recommended motion then is that the following consent, sorry, Madam Clerk, did you have something? Oh, before we go on? Okay, sure, absolutely. So Councillor Timms, you had a comment on 10.1?
I did, and actually, I've already had a chance to speak to the fire chief about this. I did want to say something that a resident said to me on the weekend at a community social function, how impressed they were with the proactivity of our fire department and the services and the, offering more to the community than expected. And I just wanted to pass that on to the chief, because when I read the reports and see all that is being done, I also feel the same way. So it's nice to hear it quite unexpected from a member of the community.
Thank you, Chief. Any comments on that?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Timms. Thank you. I don't have anything else to add, but we certainly appreciate the good news.
Absolutely. A great comment, Councillor Timms. I hear it in the community all the time about our fire department, all of our first responders. It's been, even our detachment here in the last few years, the quality of policing has been exponentially better than what it has been in the past. And our paramedics do a great job, but our firefighters, what we know is they go above and beyond all the time out in our community doing things like car washes and food drives and so on and so forth. So good on you, Chief, and the deputy for the good work, and it takes good leadership to make that happen. So thank you. All right, 10.13 is our CFO. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're just going to put on the screen here the Treasurer's statement for a moment. So there's just a couple of amendments that have been made since this was issued on the agenda, and I just wanted to make mention of them here. We had one expense that was applicable for all council members that had only been allocated to one previously, so we've now redistributed the reimbursed to member or of council and paid for directly by town columns. We've just reallocated that one charge out for all council members. And secondly, we've added the new column for Huronia OPP Detachment Board and represented the remuneration to that board, now included in this report. So with those two amendments, when we post this on the public site, it will be this version that will be put forward. And that's all I wanted to bring forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All right, then we will move on to the recommended motion that the following consent list under staff reports and all of the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then moving on to item number 11, which is correspondence items. And the motion is that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding all items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 12, minutes and boards and committee meetings, and that the consent list under minutes, boards, and committees be received for information. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That carries unanimously. And now moving on to item number 13, which is matters for consideration. And we'll start off with amendments to the facility allocation policy, and this was pulled by Councillor White and Councillor Timms. So, Councillor White, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. As said, I just really have a comment here to pass along to Director Roos. I'm very pleased with the way that you guys have changed this and worked with this and made this a very fluid policy since adopting the TPAL, and the inclusion of, which has allowed the different booking process for the Collingwood Lightning, which has a lot of Wasaga Beach girls playing on that team, to be able to have next season be part of their first time playing games in our TPAL rather than just practicing for them. So I just want to give a huge thanks for that. A lot of work.
Thank you, Councillor White. Chris, anything to add or anything you want to speak to on that?
No, I would only quickly highlight that this is an innovation that the TPL, the Twin Pad Library, has really pulled along our allocation policy, and ideally this is the last step, although there may be more. We are, I wanted to give council the idea that someday room bookings may well be separated away from ice. There is seeming to be a definite difference in the two, but thank you to council. This is the fifth rendition in the last few years of our allocation policy, and I do think it's working. 99% of the groups are not falling through the cracks.
Well, it's absolutely a living, breathing document, and you know, the fifth rendition in a few years, what that tells us that we're listening to the community, and we're listening to the organizations that use our facilities, and we're working to do the best we can to make as many as happy as we can. So good on you and your team, Chris, and thanks for that. All right, and Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and I don't really want to reiterate what Councillor White has said, but I was going to offer my congratulations too on the fine-tuning, and particularly in ensuring optimum usage. I think that's really important, and it had crossed my mind that maybe ice and rooms were different, so to hear you mention that, I guess I was on the right track. I did want to ask a question about the hierarchy, and the last year on the hierarchy is the occasional users and those that fall outside of the definition. Would they be things like wedding shower rentals and that sort of thing, Chris? I wasn't really sure what an occasional user would be.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Timms. I think in understanding the definition of what a regular user is first, these are any group, and we've changed those numbers a tiny bit now that we've made a 7-month period and a 5-month period. It's any group that uses the facility roughly 1 hour a week or 4 hours a month. So the last group are perhaps a pickup hockey group, that they do come to us regularly, but they're not running a business, and it's just a bunch of friends who have a Ziploc bag of money typically, and they would pay for their hour room rental or their hour ice rental together. And that group has some priority through our allocation policy if they come to us 1 hour a week, but they don't have priority over some of the other regular groups.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just wanted to echo the congratulations on the nimbleness of being able to respond to this challenging. It's complicated. It's got lots of moving parts to it. So I appreciate the work that's gone into it. And I just want to commend your staff. I had the opportunity this weekend to participate in the tile painting project through the library with a couple of my friends. And boy, first of all, you couldn't find parking. Like it was so busy with the Wasaga Stars tournament going on. And every corner of that foyer was used. There were a super cute group of kids under the stairs eating their snacks, you know, with the cover of the stairs above them, like they were almost in their own little fort. Every generation and age and mix of families and residents sitting in the chairs, sitting in every flat spot where there was a place to gather. Both ice spaces were activated. In the library, youth were in the youth area, kids were in the kids area. There was probably, I'd say, 75 people maybe in the library at the given time when we did our project, and that was a great project. That was part of the Art Legacy mural project that's going to be at the back of our walking track. So I just wanted to commend you, and personally, in spite of all that traffic, the facility looked phenomenal. The washrooms were nice and clean, everything looked great, and the floors looked great, everything looked top-notch. So thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, yes, I want to thank you too for all the work on this allocation that we've hammered about for ages and ages, and that there's 2 seasons to ice, and that certainly does simplify it. And your spring and your winter, and it helps with the lead time for the teams and leagues and tournaments, I'm sure. So I think that's fabulous that you've got that going. Thank you. And I just want to reiterate on the track, this historic event, how well it is used. I have a neighbor, he's the healthiest 98-year-old, but he is out there now twice a week with another neighbor who wasn't so active. And so to see these 2 gentlemen come together as neighbors and go out and do this, it's the highlight of their week, and it's fabulous to see. Yeah, so thanks.
Excellent. All right, any other questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, then we have a motion that the report titled Amendments to the Town's 4-11 Facilities Allocation Policy to the Council meeting of March 27, 2025 be received, and that the amended facility allocation policy attached as Appendix A be approved to take effect on May 1st, 2025. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor White. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And on to item the next item, which is the 2024 Summary Report, Schedule 22, Wasaga Beach Drinking Water Systems. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor?
Yes, I pulled this item just to give our general manager the opportunity to speak. This are 2 annual summary reports on water, and we have historically have stellar performance, so I give him the opportunity to brag a little.
And so, Councillor, I'm assuming you pulled the next one for the same reason? Yes. All right, so Kevin, if you want to speak to both of these reports, that'd be great.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Belanger, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there's a few reports on the agenda today, 2 of which are our statutory reporting requirements under the Drinking Water Act. And what I can tell you is certainly I want to recognize our team, our water division, and that's not only the licensed operators, but that's our administrative assistants to the supervisor, and just to recognize how proud they are in the work that they do day in and day out in terms of committing to providing the highest quality of drinking water to our residents and our visitors in this community. And what is missing on this is there's one more report that will follow. I just received it this morning, and it's the final Ministry of the Environment Annual Inspection Audit Report. And I'm pleased to say, and we did receive another 100% satisfactory rating, and an excellent report once again, and kudos to the team, and also to our partners at the Ontario Clean Water Agency. So like I said, they're very proud in the work that they do, and they take it very seriously, and it's evident in what we do daily.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Other questions or comments on this matter? That's great. Well, thank you, Kevin, and good to hear the report coming in today, another 100%. And you're absolutely right, this team is doing a phenomenal job, and Aqua certainly makes our life that much better, and we appreciate what they do as well. So I'll go through these motions then. The first one is the recommended motion that the report titled Wasaga Beach Drinking Water System Schedule 22 Summary Report to the Council meeting of March 27, 2025 be received for information. A mover and a seconder on this, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor Ego. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith. Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, and we'll just move on to the next one then, and that is the recommended motion that the report titled Wasaga Beach Drinking Water System 2024, Section 11, Annual Report to the Council meeting of March 27, 2025, be received for information. Any other comments or questions on this matter? Could Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carried. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you'll call that vote.
No words. Councillor Blanchet. In favor. Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Sorry about that. Once we get rocking and rolling, we just want to keep going. All right, the next item is the approval of purchase Fleet 2025-07 for the supply and delivery of one truck-mounted street sweeper. This is again pulled by Councillor White. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yeah, so, one of the complaints I get up on the Oxbow with excessive dust and whatever comes from street sweeping in the spring. Director, can we put water on this thing to keep the dust down?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor White. There is a water reservoir, a 300 or 400 gallon reservoir on and equipped on this vehicle, and it's connected to nozzles that spray ahead of the broom attachments. So part of the operation, it's critically important to pre-apply or pre-wet the sand to mitigate and suppress the dust. And when you do see dust to that extent, perhaps there wasn't enough water applied, or we tried to stretch one more block without having to offload, but yeah, there is that capability in this unit, and we'll endeavor to be more mindful of that in certain situations. But it does happen. It doesn't completely eliminate it, but it's all contingent on how much water we apply in advance of the sweeping operation.
Thanks. Well, I'm a friendly guy. The invitations to wash cars on a Saturday afternoon were not what I was thinking.
Any other questions or comments on this matter? Councillor Timms?
Just a comment, Your Worship. I was happy to read that the purchase was done through the canoe procurement LAS group that I learned about when I attended Good Roads. And if I'm correct in saying this is like a buying co-op that all the municipalities work through to get the best prices possible. Is that correct?
Through Your Worship, yeah, that is correct. They follow the same process we do in terms of preparing specifications and having a thorough evaluation criteria and committee and ranking, and then they are shortlisted, and then obviously through bulk procurement and economies of scale, we do realize those benefits as well, and this is certainly the case with this. And that spans from equipment to parks. We've got parks that will be, we're replacing some playgrounds this year, and we're going to be leveraging this procurement avenue as well, so yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for being so fiscally responsible.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. It looks like the Elgin Sweeper Company is located in Elgin in the United States, in Illinois. Do you anticipate there to be any impact should tariffs come down? And if so, would you require the company to show proof of tariffs being applied so that they can't just be willy-nilly price gouging?
Through Your Worship. Excellent question, and this has been a topic of discussion between the Treasurer and myself, certainly for some of our pending capital projects. With this particular unit, there was two in stock, and there is one, and they have it on hold for us. So we have an opportunity to certainly avoid the tariffs after today, should Council decide to award this recommendation. We will be taking a purchase order out and acquiring that vehicle in the near future, so we won't be waiting another 12 or 14 months for one to be fabricated, in which we certainly could be exposed to the tariffs. But with this particular item, there's no concerns from that perspective.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, that's good to hear, because I'm hearing mixed messages in the manufacturing world, especially when it comes to home building. Like if you're trying to purchase glass that's manufactured in the States, even if you were to pre-purchase at this time and prepay for it fully, but it crosses the border after the tariff has been applied, the tariff is still applied. That's what I'm hearing on the street. So it's something to be mindful of, or if you've heard something different. Because I agree, prepay and buy what you can now to avoid all of that, of course.
I believe this particular unit is actually in Innisfil right now, so it's already in Canada and it's in stock, so to speak. So that won't apply in this instance, but it's it's certainly uncertain in terms of what we're going to see in the coming months, but we're fortunate that we can pick up this last unit without having to worry about that for this particular acquisition.
I'd say pack up and go get it right now, Kevin, before something changes. All right. Any other questions or comments? Here's what I would say. In the time that I've been mayor, I have had complaints about street sweeping on many occasions. Often it's because there's too much dust. Often it's because they wet it down and there's mud everywhere for a day. And often it's too noisy, and often because we sweep it too often or we don't sweep it enough. So welcome to politics. What I can tell you is that the crews do the very best they can, and it's interesting. It was good to hear actually Kevin say perhaps that they were trying to stretch it out for a block before having to go and dump it. I mean, and again, that's our staff thinking about, do we go now and dump it and then have to go when it's only partially full again, or do we stretch it out and get the job done and save the taxpayer $1 or $2? So good on them for that. But street sweeping, as Kevin knows, is near and dear to my heart. And the amount of street sweeping that we do, but it is a necessary evil, and so I'll leave it at that and go on and read the motion. A report titled Recommendation Report Approval for the purchase of one truck-mounted street sweeper, contract FL 2025-07, to the council meeting of March 27, 2025 be received, and that staff be authorized to purchase the subject street sweeper through the LAS Canoe Procurement Policy Group, membership number 1335, utilizing the Elgin Sweeper Company contract number 093021-ELG. Any further questions or comments on this? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego. Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to asset transfer to Municipal Service Corporation Policy number 202503227-47. And this is pulled by Councillor White again. Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'm guessing to CAO. It mentions to the clerk. It does mention a schedule of assets. I just didn't see that there, and I'm fighting to save the Duncairn parking lot, and I just want to make sure it's not on there. Well, I got to be careful. I feel like beach access is a big point down at that part, and I just want to...
Actually, I can take that one if...
Good idea. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, through Mayor Smith to Councillor White. Yes, we are well aware of your request not to dispose of the Duncairn parking lot. So that is not currently on the list of properties that we have declared surplus and that we are actively trying to sell.
Okay.
There will be a few more properties that go on the market once springtime hits, but that is not one of them. Okay. We will ensure that we come back to council and have a thorough discussion about that should council wish to dispose of that in the future.
That said, and thank you for that answer, thank you for saving Duncairn.
Well, let's be clear, council. It's not safe yet. It's got to come back to council. But nice try.
I'm pretty persuasive. Is there a list of properties looking to be switched to the MSC? Is that not what this is? You're trying to declare items surplus to transfer to the MSC, right?
Just establishing the policy.
Oh, just the policy. It says there's a schedule of properties in here, and I'm trying to look to see what the properties are.
We'll look to our general manager and clerk for the answer to that. Nicole?
Thank you, and through your worship. This asset policy is just a requirement as part of the MSC creation. So properties that we were going to transfer to a corporation, the sale of surplus land policy does exempt that process. So we don't have to declare the property surplus. But in this instance, any property that we were looking to transfer to the MSC has to come before council. So currently, the only business transaction would be for the JV. Otherwise, we have not identified any other properties, but when we do, this asset transfer policy requires that we bring it back to this table.
I'm fine with that then, thank you.
So again, to be clear to council, anything that staff is doing that isn't budgeted for or already pre-approved has to come to this council for approval. Important we all understand that.
And if I could, my point is that the report says that the items
to be declared to go to the MSC are in a schedule, that there's no schedule attached. My point was looking for the items that were to be, but that's not, we're not at that stage yet. I'm not saying there's anything wrong going on, I just wanted the list.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'm going to offer an apology because when we brought the report for the sale of surplus land policy, we did bring a list at that time. That's what that was identifying. It wasn't for the purpose of this, so I apologize for that error.
Yeah, so to be clear, that list was provided to us some time ago, and that's the list they're referring to here. But to your point, it wasn't attached again, but that is the list that's being referred to. We are 100% clear on your feelings towards Dunkaren, Councillor White. Anything further, Councillor White? All right, Deputy Mayor Snell also pulled this.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to give the GM a chance to speak to that because I want the public to be very clear that everything that is to be declared surplus to be sold has to come back to this council. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding about that. So do you feel, Nicole, that you've been able to fully clarify this policy if someone were to try to make any assumptions that are wrongful about that? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Smith. So we're kind of talking about two different things here. So sale of surplus land, the policy dictates that the town, if we were to dispose of a property through that policy, which typically is through sale, there's also provisions for attainable and affordable housing in there, those type of transactions, that would fall under the sale of surplus land policy. The lands that were brought before this council to declare surplus will be going through that process. Here, any properties that we identify that would be better served to get a better return and we want to transfer them to the corporation, we then bring the option through this policy to council. Council then has to approve it. You are also, as a council body, allowed to put conditions on that transfer to the MSC. So two different things happening, but the lands that have been declared surplus could come back before this council to transfer to the MSC if this staff and administration feel that it's going to be better served for the municipality. However, so two different separate policies, both require council approval.
All right, any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, the motion then is that the report titled Town of Wasaga Beach, titled Asset Transfer to Municipal Services Corporation's Policy to the council meeting of March 27, 2025 be received, and that the council adopt the Asset Transfer to Municipal Services Corporation Policy as presented in Appendix A in this report. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in, no, Madam Clerk?
Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, Town of Wasaga Beach Film Policy 2025-0227-18. And this was pulled by Councillor White, Councillor Timms, Councillor Ego, Jerry, Anna, and Caitlin are willing to speak to this report. So before I go to council for your questions, we will hear staff speak to this report. Good afternoon, ladies. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Smith and Council. So before we dive into any questions about the film policy, I just wanted to give an update to Council on some exciting progress that we have in attracting the film industry to our community. So town staff is currently working with Wild Brain Edge Productions. So that's a production company that's very interested in filming out of our Wasaga Stars Arena. And they're looking to film at the end of May at the end of April, but now due to the election, they're looking at the beginning of May. So the production is for a brand new TV show called Precision, which will air on the Family Channel in Canada and on Netflix in the USA. And the planned release is early 2026. So this TV show called Precision, it revolves around three sisters from a figure skating dynasty who are navigating family expectations and the challenges of teenage life. And while most of the filming has taken place in Aurelia and Barrie, they've chosen our arena as their top choice for the final scenes of the series. And a group of staff actually just met with the site selector from the company for a preliminary logistics meeting. And they would be filming mainly in the spectator rink, but also getting scenes of outside the arena, in the lobby, some change rooms, and then also the tunnel that leads to the ice. And I also just wanted to give a special thank you to our great staff at the TPAL, and then also our local user groups who've been really accommodating so far. So the spectator rink, of course, has bookings when they would like to film. But our staff are working very hard to reorganize those schedules and make room for that production. And their flexibility is what's going to make it possible. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to them. And then I guess I'll hand it over to Anna for a summary.
Go ahead, Anna.
Thank you, Caitlin. Yeah, so this film policy is a result of council direction in 2024. Caitlin presented a film strategy from the South Georgian Bay Media Association. So this policy was developed as a result of that initial presentation. We used similar framework as our surrounding communities draft policies, and then we took elements from more established filming communities, putting together a policy that's tailored to the needs and existing regulations within Wasaga Beach. The primary purpose of the film policy is to help protect our public properties and our residents from potentially confusing or dangerous situations which may arise in the case of public filming. In addition to that, the purpose of the film permitting coordinator is to ease the process of obtaining permissions and information for the sake of film production from various entities, including ourselves, within the municipality, and ease the burden of understanding and navigating sometimes confusing municipal rules and regulations and how they interact with other bodies. The policy outlines important requirements such as documentations, insurance, permissions, as well as encouraging environmental and economic choices to the production companies, which then in turn benefit the town.
Excellent, thank you. Anything to add, Andrew? No? Ladies did a great job. Anything further, Caitlin? How about you, Jerry?
Thank you, Your Worship. The film company had already previously committed to filming in another municipality's library and fell in love with ours, and they said, if we had it known first. So they're quite attracted to the facility and what we have to offer.
Excellent, and great that we've been working on this policy. Staff have been working diligently at this, and finally have been able to present it. We had a good presentation last week as well with respect to this to members of the public, and here we are already, our first film going to be filmed here in Wasaga Beach. And what a way to put not only Wasaga Beach on the map, but showcase the new TPAL in this series. So good work, ladies, and to the rest of staff, and Chris and your staff for the cooperation. I know it's probably not easy, and you're getting a lot of this, but I'm sure you'll make it work. And so again, kudos to our staff for all the hard work on this. If there's no other questions or comments on this matter, Deputy Mayor Snell? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Geez, can we not just move along here? Sorry, Councillor White, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Glad I have lots to say today to keep you on your toes. Thank you very much for the report. Great, and it's going to be very helpful for what's going on in the community. What I want to understand, though, a little bit more is just the mechanism that makes you need a permit. Because if I look at some of the other existing photography and filming activities that happen in our town, it could easily fall into this. For instance, if you're a real estate agent flying a drone, making a YouTube video to sell a property, or these types of things, do you need a film permit for that? So I just didn't know where you drew the line as to needing the permit, showing the $5 million insurance, all that sort of stuff, versus not. I don't know if you had a comment for that.
Anna?
Yeah, we do have in the policy outlined what type of filming requires a film policy, and also the location is kind of an important thing, so whether it's taking place on public property. For the most part, it's to protect the town from things that may happen from people conducting business on our property. If I can find this section. So anything including feature films, short films, television, programs, television commercials, student films, documentaries, education, commercial photography, music videos, professional and/or commercial media that will be streamed online. So technically, real estate videos with a drone is a bit of a gray area, because if it's a video of a private property, that's not related to us, but we don't own the air. Nobody can own the air. So that would be a gray area where we would encourage them to get permitted, just so we make sure the people who are operating drones and that sort of thing above our residents are licensed to do so. But in that particular case, my discretion would be that they're not required to have one, though we would encourage it. But that is sort of the purpose of the film permit review team, to sort of have across the different departments of town to determine whether or not that would be required.
Councillor?
Your worship. Yeah, because I feel like that gray area, encompasses a lot, like commercials or promotional videos, streaming content, and stuff like that would definitely include, if you're a real estate agent, you're going to include images of maybe town hall, some of our facilities. Yes, have your mic on. Thanks. You're going to have them, having, B-reels of town, sites or whatever as part of their promotional material. I live on the river, and I see a lot of this, people filming with drones and different things. Things for sale, like personal watercraft and stuff like that, they're doing these types of videos for. And I would hate for someone to, run afoul of this program or ignore it, for that kind of reason. So I don't know if it needs to go back, but I think it definitely needs to address specifically, shooting commercials for real estate and different things, clearly, so that we don't have some agents, going through the process of having their companies that do this filming go through all this red tape where other ones don't, you know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of where I get stuck on this one.
So I'm gonna look to Caitlin, but I want to share. I have a concern with this. We're going to have. Just about every realtor today uses a company to do their photography and their drone footage, and for them to have to come to us every time a listing is taken in to get a permit for this is going to be. Well, it'll be ugly. There's just no doubt in my mind. So I get the concern, and I agree with you, Councillor, but we need to find a solution with respect to real estate, I would think, because they're doing this every day. Caitlin?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'd agree with Council's comments on that item. I think typically real estate videos are exempt from a film policy. I don't think it's necessary, and it's not what the film policy is out to do. So it's certainly something that we could amend, is exempting real estate from this policy.
Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Although real estate is a really great example of this and probably captures quite a bit of it, I just don't feel like it quite captures it all. I did have an idea, and that's segregating that use out into the policy and saying, we can license, because in many cases it's a company, a film company or a photographer that does this type of business for commercials and for promo videos, and saying we license you, maybe for a time period, not for like a use, so you're a film company that does a lot of these real estate videos, you're good for the year. You've shown us your insurance, you've shown us your drone pilot's license, all that sort of stuff. We're good with you, because I still think it should be managed, but I also think it shouldn't have to be every single instance. So maybe there's like a longer term permit for those types of things. I'm not too sure, but that was what I had in my head.
Good point, Councillor, and I think we're seeing staff nod, so I'm sure they're prepared to look at that and fix that. Okay, great. So the next then was Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I hadn't really thought about this, but is there an opportunity for what Councillor White is talking about quite separately from this particular policy, because that is a whole different type of filming, I think, than what we were looking at with creating a film policy. So just a thought. I think it's a very exciting time, and I thank staff for moving so quickly to develop this report and this policy. You know, it's really a first big step in igniting the creative economy in our town, with many of the key players already here, and they already have their own pent-up enthusiasm, and I see it as an opportunity to create many, many jobs in tourism, culture, and in infrastructure. Last week, Your Worship and Councillor Ego and I attended one of 2 community sessions facilitated by the Wasaga Business and Tourism Association, and we were in the morning. I don't know if other councillors got to the evening sessions, but I heard they were even more exciting. And thank you, Caitlin. You spoke so well and presented a sneak peek, if you like, at this policy that was coming forward. And I'd just like to make mention that there was such an interesting cross-section of people, members from the public there, from contractors, service providers, accommodators, even a fashion designer, and the cruisers, because of course they have a huge asset owning all those incredible cars that would be of interest to filmmakers. I think we're very fortunate in Wasaga Beach to have diverse locations, a welcoming environment that will attract filmmakers and boost our local economy and ensure a positive experience for our residents. And I really appreciate that we have worked, or you have worked closely with neighboring municipalities to align so that it's kind of seamless in a way. If they're filming in Blue Mountain but they want a beach scene, it's not really difficult to switch locations to get through our process to make it film friendly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Timms, and now to Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you. And Councillor Tim said many things that I wanted to say, but first of all, after attending both presentations, I really commend you for all of the work your staff have put into this, and especially this policy writing. And the evening presentation, there were many people there, attendees, that are in the business. And the message that came through to me loud and clear was, this is the first step that you must do if you're going to attract this entity to the beach, is to have a good, robust policy in place, and they really commended you for that. So I think this is huge. And you're opening up the possibilities, and again, Councillor Tim spoke to, it's important to have the corridor. We're not a standalone in this by any means, and if the public thinks, well, we're just doing Wasaga Beach, it isn't that. It will take a whole corridor. And our one of our assets is we're close to the GTA and off the 400. So all of those things are so beneficial. You just don't look at the one piece of this puzzle. There's many parts to it. So thanks for that. And I did have a little chat with Anna this week because I had a couple of questions. One may be repetitive on the drones, but I too had wondered about them because of it. The provincial park gets involved, but that's separate. They license for that, and I know you've addressed that part of it, that they would do with a permit. And you can run a drone over the waterfront as long as you have a license. That's not on us in any way. It's nothing to do with the town. That's, I gather, the operator must have the license to go over water. So that takes that part away. And then my other question was public notification, and for residents and for the commercial as well, to submit notice to the residents and businesses within one block. So perhaps, Anna, you can address how that would be addressed for them. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Anna?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. The public notice section identifies that there must be notification within one block, at least one block, at our discretion, at least 5 business days before the beginning of any production. So this notice could be done through physical paper notices that are handed door to door, but we've left the requirement with the ability to change that depending on the location. So if it's in a neighborhood that's surrounded by a lot of houses, it may have a different requirement than somebody filming in the Wasaga Stars Arena. There would be different residential requirements for that. So yeah, there could be a variety of different types of notices, whether it's through a newspaper, given enough time, or on the town website, or actual physical notices handed door to door to residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This question will lead to my answer. Parking lot, will it be open that day at the arena, or are you going to section that off?
Through you, Your Worship, you're referring to the precision video? So it won't impede on traffic, and I'll let Jerry add to it. I think like the film crew will be taking up some of the parking, but not all of it.
Through you, Your Worship, yeah, so the main parking area for them will be down by the basketball courts. So they park their bigger vehicles down there and store down there and come in and out from that point. So generally speaking, the parking lot will be free and clear for the most part.
Okay. Wonderful. So I'm going to get, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but if the Wasaga Beach cruisers are listening, bring your cars down in the parking lot. They may see you and maybe want to film your cars for a future film. So listen up.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that, Councillor, but it's too late now. All right. Any other questions or comments on this matter? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to you both. This is a very dynamic document that I'm sure was not an easy undertaking, and I appreciate Councillor White's point in terms of just maybe a little bit of fine-tuning to still come forward to really just nip it in the bud. I was super happy to see that the student and not-for-profit permits would not be required, that the fee would be waived, because I think it's really important to, promote culture and art equitably for everyone. And who is the film permitting coordinator? Is that the ACTEV coordinator or the ACTEV development officer? And my second question is, could we, going forward, make it part of the policy as well in terms of the communication of filming, also include council, so that we're aware of what's going on in the community as well? Just the two questions, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Caitlin?
Through you, Your Worship. So your first question, the filming permit coordinator. So yeah, that would be assigned to either Anna or I. We'd probably share the role for quite a bit, honestly. So that would stay in the Economic Development Office, and we would actually be the official film office for Wasaga Beach, and that's where we'd be the first point of contact for all productions. And then we could certainly add council on the distribution list for when there's film occurring in town. I think that's just a smart thing to do, so you can stay up to date on what's going on in town.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we have the recommended motion that the report titled Town of Wasaga Beach...
Sorry, Your Worship.
Sorry?
If I may, my apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was two other amendments that administration realized after we posted the agenda, and that's to section 3.3A and C. I just want to be clear that the intent was not to restrict filming between the hours of 7 and 11 p.m. On public property like the arena. It was more meant for residential areas so that we are not impacting our residents. So that has been clarified so that it's understood where that filming is prohibited in the middle of the night. So we clarified that. We do have a request from Councillor White to add exemptions. So I have amended the motion. We can handle this two ways. We can refer back to staff to include the exemptions and return back at a future meeting, or I feel that staff are quite clear on the direction and what exemptions have to be added. So I do have a revised motion.
So with respect to the exemptions, you've received from one member of council a request to have an exemption. I think that the rest of council should hear what that exemption is before we approve that. So what is that exemption?
So then I would suggest a referral back to staff so that we can bring it back to council.
That's where I'm heading, yeah, okay. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to look to you to read a referral motion, and then we'll vote on that.
Okay.
Sorry, before you do that, Madam Clerk, by referring this back, is that going to hinder us in any way for this production coming up, or?
No, Your Worship, we're fine, thank you.
Okay, good, want to make sure. Councillor, quickly?
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, it was on a little edit that I did speak on, and it's on that 3.A. Just So you have that. It was on the, it was just the grammar, it was a grammatical.
Comma instead of a period or vice versa, not a big deal, but more than that.
Yes.
So yeah, refer this back. So I'll let you do a referral motion there, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That the Town of Wasaga Beach film policy be referred back to Economic Development staff for amendments and to be brought back to the April 10th council meeting.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Sorry, Madam Clerk?
Recorded to vote on the referral. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo. In favor. Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Still the referral stands.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to the next item, which is land purchase 304 Main Street, 2025-0327-43, pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Timms. But before I go to the councillors, I will look to our CAO for comments on this. Andrew?
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, wanted to share with the community who may be listening that the town has recently acquired 304 Main Street. For those of you who don't know where 304 Main Street is, that is the triangular piece of land at the intersection of Main Street and River Road. So I'll just quickly explain, number one, why we made this purchase, number two, how we're financing it and why we've structured the financing the way we have, and what we hope to accomplish with this purchase. So to begin, this is a key gateway site for our community. Any resident, any tourist that comes into the beach from along Highway 92 River Road and is heading towards our downtown, towards the beachfront, you pass by this site. So it's a key gateway site. It's been identified in our official plan, and it was a key component of the downtown master plan that was done back in 2017, identifying this as a particular piece of land of interest. For many years, this piece of land has been the subject of land speculation. And I would argue we've been in a downward cycle of land speculation. And every year, the piece of property looks worse than it did the year before. I will share in 2024, our hardworking bylaw group was out there multiple times over the course of the summer. We had to engage external consultants to go and clean up the site, cut the grass, et cetera. So it is very much a visual blight on our community and something that we'd like to clean up. I will also share that there was a previous interim control bylaw put on in Mayor Smith's previous council, and that was the result of what we considered to be a subpar development being proposed there that was not in keeping with the vision of the master plan. We went to Land Tribunal at the time. It was still called the Ontario Municipal Board, and we were successful. The board agreed that the municipality had a good vision, and that this development was not in keeping with that vision. So since that time, the land has essentially been sterilized. The land went power of sale a few months ago, and the municipality was given an opportunity to acquire it prior to it going to the open market. We were dealing with the mortgagee who had the authority to list the property. We do know that the mortgagor was also interested in listing the property, but their price would have been approximately double what the municipality ended up paying. So there was a strong need to act quickly if the municipality was interested in acquiring this property, which we did. The property closed at $3,040,000. Again, I did mention that the mortgagor would have wanted double, and I believe they actually acquired the property at double what the municipality paid. So we are quite comfortable with the purchase price that it reflects fair market value. This was something that we did not budget for and as part of our 2025 budget, because again, we didn't know that this property was going to be available through power of sale. So given the fact that we had not budgeted for this, we tried to get creative on how to finance this in a way that would have minimal impact on the municipality. So we reached out to the County of Simcoe. The county has a strategic land reserve, and they were willing to work with us and essentially provide the municipality a loan to make this purchase on quite favorable terms. So the interest rate, it's an interest-only loan for the first 3 years at Infrastructure Ontario rates. Why we would go with the county instead of IO, the county will allow us to pay this off at any time. IO requires you to lock in for usually 30 years, which we did not want to do. At year 3 and year 3 and 4, there is a principal payment required. But overall, the agreement with the county is quite a good arrangement. We anticipate paying off the loan long before it actually comes due in 5 years. So what we are hoping to accomplish with this acquisition, in the short term, we're going to clean it up. So we'll send out a crew this summer, we'll cut the grass, we'll remove most of the asphalt, and just generally make it look a little nicer. On our beachfront, we have our Wasaga sign that we need to relocate because of the beachfront construction. Our thought is we'll relocate it to this location temporarily, and then we'll pretty it up. We'll put some flowers, some rocks, some stones, some trees. We'll recycle as much as we can from the beachfront. We do have armor stone down there that we can reuse, so that won't cost a lot. We put in the report approximately $50,000, approving up to $50,000. I don't believe it will cost that much, but we wanted to make sure we had a bit of wiggle room should there be an unexpected cost. Cost will be hooking up temporary hydro so that the sign can be illuminated. Any cost of landscaping materials that we are not able to recycle. And then if we actually have to require a third party to come and move the sign for us, we're confident we can do it internal, but just in case, we wanted to have a bit of budget to do that. We will not remove, there are gas tanks underground. This is a former gas station. We do have the documentation, phase 1, phase 2, as well as monitoring reports to indicate that we were quite comfortable with the status of the land. We are not concerned about leakage, et cetera, that may inhibit our ability to redevelop the property in the future. So that's the plan short term. Medium to long term, we'd like to see the lands redeveloped. As I mentioned, the land has been caught in a vicious cycle of land speculation. The town is getting involved because we want to break that cycle, and we want to see the lands redeveloped. What we'd like to do, subject to council direction, is move quite quickly to get an RFP created, get it out on the street in the next couple of weeks to seek a development partner. And the criteria will be quite simple. We're looking for high-quality Main Street type development, shops, restaurants, ground floor, mixed-use, vertically integrated buildings with, again, opportunity for a variety of uses above ground floor commercial. But it should look and feel like a proper Main Street building that will set the tone for what we see develop on the remainder of Main Street. We're working on the beachfront. This now allows us to work at the opposite end of Main Street, and then we'll fill in between over the coming months and years. So this is an incredible opportunity to really set the stage for redevelopment. RFP will go out, and we're hoping to turn that around and get the results back in front of council quite quickly. With that, I will stop.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Andrew, for that detailed explanation. And just to be clear to the public, Andrew did that detailed information for the public's information. This information has already been provided to council in camera prior to the purchase of this land. So we're not talking about anything that council wasn't aware of, but important for the public to understand how, where, when, why, and who. And so I think it's been a great purchase for us, going to be able to, again, gain control of an out-of-control situation for many years. I'll look to Deputy Mayor Snell first, who pulled this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'm so happy to see this come public to public. I think this has been such a creative solution to a thorn in our visual side for a very long time. That property has been an embarrassment, I believe, to this community, and it's such a focal point. I remember at times, not last summer, but the summer before, where the weeds, I walked on the lot, and literally the weeds were up to my hip. and just no care at all in that unsightliness. So the fact that in this situation, much like the decision made by Mayor Smith's previous council term, to purchase the land, we at least finally can control its future. So I'm super, super happy about that, and I look forward to seeing simple beautification down there. I have no issue with the 50K, but I would ask perhaps consideration of two things. One is that at the end of the summer, if you could report back to council to just say what was exactly spent so that we can see the dollars that were utilized, and also to ensure that when it does get sold, to tack that 50 or whatever does get invested on that site back to the developer who purchases the land, because I'm sure we all have the plan that we're not going to make money on this property necessarily. That's not the goal. It's to get a good quality development there, but we want to make sure that we're getting back every single penny that it's taken from tax dollars in order to acquire this, and again to our county partners. We really thank them for coming to the plate. They unanimously understood this when Mayor Smith and I had a chance to speak to our counterparts there, so very grateful for their support. Thank you.
Andrew?
If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, you touched on a great point that I did not mention. All costs that are incurred, we do anticipate recovering those through development. How we develop is to be determined, and that will come back in the future. But tanks, underground gas tanks, need to be removed. That should be a cost that the developer absorbs. We should recover all of capital costs incurred, any carrying costs, any improvements. So we'll keep a detailed tally of all dollars spent here, and then we will ensure that we don't lose any money. I don't know that this is about making money. It's about controlling and breaking the cycle of speculation.
Thank you, Andrew. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to, again, help to inform the public, so there's no misinformation, what sort of timelines are you talking about? Like you mentioned short and midterm, but we've got so many moving parts right now. There's not enough spots on the stove for all these pots, right? Like it's so exciting. When do you foresee that RFP coming forward, and when do you see this perhaps, moving on to another person's ownership or corporation's ownership, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, we're going to move quickly. So I'd like to get the RFP out early April, likely 4-week turnaround. So I'd like to be in a position of reporting back to council, ideally June, July, with responses to the RFP and hopefully some concept plans. So that's how quickly we will move. And then, as you're aware, the details then follow about how we develop. Is it a pure sale? Is it a partnership? All that kind of stuff will be answered following that. But we'll move fairly quickly.
Sorry, thank you. Just last one. And thank you for that clarification. I really hope that the public's paying attention to what's being said and shared right now, because, again, this is a very important land purchase for us. It is an entry point to our community. It's what is some oftentimes, a lasting impression when they first come into the community. And with that kind of tight timeline, I think that's absolutely fantastic. So I don't see this sitting on the taxpayers' coffers for too long. Thank you very much, Mr. McNeil.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell, and now also pulled by Councillor Timms. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm so excited about all of this and won't reiterate what positive things you've already said, but I do have a concern about the Wasaga sign. It is probably the most photographed landmark besides our sunset on the beach, and I'm wondering if we're going to be careful in the position of that to make sure there's enough parking and ample parking, because I'd hate to see people just pulling over on those roads they're trying to run up and get a picture.
Yes, excellent question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We actually did talk about that, and when I was going through my brief overview very quickly, I mentioned we'll pull up some of the asphalt. So I think what we're going to do, Katie, our landscape architect, we'll have her do a little quick site plan, and we'll position the sign that there is room for people to get out and take photos. We'll also provide an opportunity for people to pull off and park. If we can reuse some of the existing asphalt for parking, we'll do that, and then just do basic cleanup around. So we do anticipate that people will do that. And the goal, so everyone is clear, it will go back to the beachfront as soon as construction is over.
Through Your Worship, maybe a little closer, or sorry, a little further away from the road. Every time you go down on that loop, you really have to stop and let people run back and forth and take pictures. And it's fantastic, but it can be a nuisance at times.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions or comments on this, Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship, yes, this is quick, so I just say yay that we have a Catalyst Hotel, as everyone says, on our beachfront, and now we have the opportunity of controlling the look of our gateway. So, and I think that's huge. It is what people will see, and that we will have the control over that is huge. And you just added that a little bit of pavement's going to be torn up, so even better. Thank you.
And when we replace it, we'll make sure it's permeable. All right. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll just have a couple. And again, thank you to our partners at the County of Simcoe for helping us out with this. Again, this was one of those situations where we knew the right thing to do was to get control of this. What we didn't want to do was to tie our hands for 25 or 30 years or any longer than we absolutely had to. And working with our partners at the County of Simcoe, we're able to have an open loan that we can pay off at any time and at a rate as good as we could get anywhere else. So, and so thank you to County Council for also supporting that and letting that happen. This has been an area of our community that is a vitally important area of our community, as you say, the gateway. That has been an eyesore for way too long, just like our beachfront has been. And it's just another opportunity for council and this community to clean it all up and make it a community that we can all be very proud of and be happy to call home. And so, again, it doesn't come without growing pains. It doesn't come out without a few other issues to deal with. But I want to just reiterate, we're confident through the Phase 1 and Phase 2 provided to us that the contamination there is zero at this point. According to these reports, that site had new tanks placed in it about 10 years ago, and there would have been Phase 1's Phase 2 done at that time as well, and any contamination would have had to been remediated. So it's good news that it's a clean site, and we've just got to find the right partner, right developer to go in there and make it something special for our community. So the recommended motion is that the report titled Land Purchase 304 Main Street to the council meeting of March 27, 2025 be received, and that staff be directed to undertake the surface site cleanup and beautification with a budget not to exceed $50,000 to be funded from the Corporate Initiative 2025 budget line or reserve account if required, and that staff be directed to prepare and issue an RFP seeking a development partner to develop the lands, and that the mayor and clerk be delegated authority to sign a loan agreement documents related to the property purchase. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And moving on to item number 14, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have none. Item 15, council requested staff reports. The list attached to council has seen that. Any questions on staff reports? All right, seeing none, moving on to item number 16, notices of motion. We have none. And item number 17 is closed session, and the recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 is amended the next portion of the March 27, 2025 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. 17.2.1, council closed session meeting minutes of March 6, 2025. 17.3.1, an HR matter. 17.3.2, IT equipment management. 17.3.3, proposed disposition, acquisition of lands. 17.3.4, beachfront lease. And 17.3.5, proposed disposition, acquisition of lands. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll now move into closed session. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We're now coming out of closed session. It's been one of those long days, and I'll look to our clerk for a rise and report of our closed session. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just 1 second here. Okay, so council entered closed session on March 27, 2025 to discuss the following matters. Item 17.3.1, an HR matter in accordance with Section 239(2)D of the Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before council. That council approve an unbudgeted amount of up to $375,000 to be funded through general reserves for labor relations. If we could get a mover and a seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council also discussed item 17.3.2, IT equipment management in accordance with Section 239(2)A of the Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before council. That council will approve a reallocation of the $25,000 capital computer and equipment budget to the operating budget for 2025 for support services, and council delegate the treasurer the authority to sign the 3-year equipment supply and support agreement at a cost of $72,483 over a 3-year period. If we could get a mover and seconder.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Carries unanimously.
Council discussed 17.3.3, proposed disposition and acquisition of lands in accordance with Section 239(2)C of the Act. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. And the following motion is before council. That council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement of purchase and sale for the sale of town-owned lands at Ramblewood and Lions Court in the amount of $2.6 million to Zancor Group Limited.
You've heard the question. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor White and Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
And moving along, we have 17.3.4, beachfront lease in accordance with Section 239(2)C of the Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before council. That council delegate authority to the CAO to negotiate and execute a multi-year land lease of beachfront property for the summer seasons.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the motion. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Carries unanimously.
Council discussed 17.3.5, proposed disposition acquisition of lands in accordance with Section 239(2)C of the Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motions are before council. That council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement of purchase and sale for the purchase of 24 Main Street in the amount of $637,500.
Thank you. You've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously.
And another motion that council direct the CAO to negotiate a purchase of 32 Main Street, and that council direct the CAO to return with an agreement of purchase and sale at a future meeting of council for consideration.
You've heard the question. A mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
And that concludes the rise and report, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to item 19 on the agenda, which is bylaws. The recommended motion is that the following bylaws be received and to be deemed to be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And moving on to item number 19.1. And that is, we're moving on to adjournment. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Council.